Our next round of matches starting right now here on Bowl TV. We are live at the Senior Masters from South Point Bowling Center in Las Vegas. I'm Lucas Wiseman. One of our featured matches, Ron Moore versus Mike Diaz here in the winner's bracket. Also got a camera down on Christer Danielsson of Sweden against Dave Axon. And another camera focused on Sammy Ventura versus Hugh Miller. So a few good, hopefully good matches here in this round of match play. And again, all three of these are winners bracket matches. There are winners and losers bracket matches going on. All 32 players who are left in the field are bowling right now. You can find the brackets on bowl.com/Senior Masters, bowl.com/Senior Masters. Updated at the end of each round of competition. 3 more rounds to go today. Should be done with the coverage at about probably 5:30 or so Pacific time today. And then back at it at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow morning. Look at Hugh Miller, who misses the head pin left and leaves the super washout. Looks like Mike Diaz will go next. Mike has been bowling well so far in match play. The lefty shot 769 in round 1 and 714 in round 2. So he's been on fire here so far as Dave leaves the 210. Ron Moore, meanwhile, got by with a 644 in the first round and then shot 674 second round of the winner's bracket. So he is also 2-0. All the players in the winner's bracket 2-0 at this point. See if Dave can make a run here at the 210. It is an open frame for Dave Axon. Ron Moore. Got a little smiley face on the back of his jersey. And he'll be smiling after that shot. That's a double and a 10-pin lead for Ron Moore. Danielsson with the 6-10 lead. A spare here, and he would lead by 10 pins. Here's Sammy Ventura. He took down top seed Lenny Borsch in the first round of match play today. And then Lenny was knocked out last round by Bob Learn Jr., 777 to 769. So high scoring match there. See if Ron Moore can stay perfect through 3 frames here. Mike Diaz looking for a double. He's trailing by 20 pins already. And he cuts it back down to 10. Here's Danielsson. Missed that spare in the second frame. Leaves a 9-pin here. He trails by 2. Mike can even it up here with another strike. Started with a spare, looking for his third consecutive strike, and he packs all 10 back. Hugh Miller with a 4-6-7 split in the third frame. He's fallen behind quickly here against Sammy Ventura. Open frame for Hugh, and Sammy hasn't missed yet. Hugh already with 2 opens. Here's Axon. Danielson having a rough go of it early on here in this game. He has missed a couple of easy spares, and it's given Axon an opportunity to take a 13-pin lead despite an open this game. Appreciate all the kind words in the chat. Appreciate that very much, and we appreciate you guys watching our live coverage here on Bowl TV. Hope that you will stick with us the rest of the day and all day tomorrow for live coverage of the Senior Masters. Dave Axon can go up by 23 with another strike here in the fourth. This is a nice looking shot there for Dave, and Sammy trying to stay perfect through 4 frames. He goes through the face. Lucky to just leave the 6-pin on that shot. Danielson finally gets on the board with a strike, his first strike of the match. Comes in the fourth frame. You can see Moore off to the left. Someone in the chat asking about Moore. He's got the front 4 now, and Tom Carter has yet to strike. So a big lead for Moore early on. That one just to the left of our featured pairs. Double for Danielson. Gets him back to within 13 pins. Here's Mike Diaz. Spare 3-bagger for Diaz to start this game. And another strike for the lefty. Axon working on a double, trying to extend his lead here. It's going to go high and leave a 4-pin. Ron Moore. It's a nice looking shot right there in the 6th frame. He's trailing though in this match against Mike Diaz. .22-pin deficit for Ron Moore through 6 frames of this 3-game match. Shreds the rack for the double. Hugh Miller down by 42 pins halfway through game 1 and leaves the 8-pin on that shot. Went a little high. Danielson trying to get his 3rd consecutive strike. Does not get the 4 to go, so he trails now by 13. Wrapping up the 6th frame. Moore, by the way, you see him on the left side of your screen, has the front 5 and just rang the 7-pin. Big lead for him in that one against Carter. Go over to Sammy Ventura here in the 6th. Comes up light and leaves the 2-7. Sammy still has a pretty sizable lead here. 41 pins. But still a lot of time left in these matches. By the way, off to the right of this match, you just saw Appling strike. He's got the front 8. We're going to keep an eye on that. Also, it looks like Mike Edwards has the front 7. So those are the 2 that, it looks like, the only 2 that have strikes from the start of this game. We'll keep an eye on them and let you know if there's anything worth seeing. Diaz with a strike in the 8th frame. Ventura rebounds after missing that 2-7. A strike in the 7th. Take a look at Ron Moore. He's trying to mount a comeback here. 8th frame, working on a double. What a shot right there. Back-to-back-to-back strikes. And he has pulled to within a pin. Here's Hugh Miller in the 7th. Again, you can find the brackets on bowl.com/Senior Masters. They are updated after each round concludes. Ron Moore taking a deep breath. He knows that he can take the lead if he strikes on this shot. A chance for a 9-pin lead right here for Ron Moore. Great shot. Danielson, high hard one to the pocket for the strike. Mike Diaz in the 9th trying to take his 1-pin lead back and unable to do so. So a spare here, he still trails by 9. Danielson quick on the trigger over there. He's a little right of where he had been and he leaves a 10-pin. He trails by 24 pins at this stage against Axon. Sammy Ventura just struck for a double in the 8th. He is up by 42 on Hugh Miller early on in this match. Again, 3-game total pinfall matches to determine the winners. Ventura leaves the baby split. This time it's the 3 and the 10. He left the 2-7 earlier this game. And we just had a 300 by Appling off to the right side of your screen there. And Mike Edwards has the front 9. So it's our 3rd 300 of the day. We've also had a 299 as well. Ventura with his 2nd open frame of the game. And Hugh Miller have a chance to make up a little bit of ground here. Mike Edwards missed in the 10th, left a 3-6-10. So we will not have 2 300s this game. Diaz, that was his fill ball, finishes at 235. Yes, thank you for the clarification. 2 299s today. Amleto had one as well as Lenny, so high scorers today at the Senior Masters in match play. Scores always go up a little bit in match play. It's normally the case. Ron Moore, 10th frame, can strike out for 268. We'll give him a 33-pin lead going into game 2, and he gets the 10 to go late. Axon with the strike. It's a double for Dave in the 10th. He'll shoot 226 this game if he can get another one. Ron Moore, second shot in the 10th, can get to 268 this game. That breaks up the split, leaves the 6-pin standing, so he'll be in the 250s. Hugh Miller, meanwhile, has strung together some strikes at the end of the game. So he strikes out the last 5 and shoots 200 to narrow the gap with Ventura. Ron Moore picks up the spare on the fill. 257. Leads by 22. Ventura gets the first one in the 10th. Here's Danielson, 10th frame for him. He can strike out for 193. And leaves the 3-6. So he is going to trail, best case scenario, by 45 pins going into game 2 against Axon. Diaz ready to start off this second game. Ventura, a strike here would give him a lead going into game 2. Leaves the 10 pin, so he'll trail by 2 going into game 2 if he can make the spare. Ron Moore with a strike here in this first frame. Hugh Miller. leaves the 3-7-9 split. Double to start for Moore. Ventura, second frame. We have been having some issues with YouTube today, so it seems like the YouTube live platform is struggling a little bit. So my advice to you, it seems as though if you keep the stream open, stay on this page, you'll be fine. If you leave this page and try to come back, you may not make it back to continue watching. So if you need to check your email or go on Facebook, open a new window, but keep our stream active in order to stay watching and not have any interruptions. Apologize for the problems. It's on YouTube's end. They're having some server issues. Ron Moore, third frame, working on a double. Pulled that one. Almost left a split there. Lucky to just leave the 6-10. Ron Moore with the spare. He's picked up 8 pins this game on Mike Diaz, so he leads by 30 at this stage. Miller with a double. He leads Ventura by 3 pins. Here's Ron Moore. A little bit better shot there. Sends the messenger across, but does not take out the 10 pin. Cheering you here is for Tom Carter, who just made a 3-4-6-7 split. Check out Mike Diaz. No love on the 6 pin there. So he still trails by 30 against Ron Moore. Oh, an open frame by Sammy. Takes that 3 pin straight back. So his deficit grows. Dave points at the pins after that one. He's still up by more than 50 pins against Danielson. Again, thanks for tuning in. Our live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bold TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. And just want another word of advice to you. YouTube is having problems with their service today. But if you stay on this page, you should not lose the broadcast. If you leave the page, you may not be able to get back. They're having some server issues with the live platform today. So if you need to go elsewhere on the internet, I encourage you to open a new window and leave our live stream running. We don't want anybody to miss the action here on Bold TV. Here's Diaz in the 5th. Well, Miller manages to pick up the 2-4-7. He leads by 16 against Ventura. We're reaching about the halfway point of these matches now. And Ron Moore with a 2-4-8-10 here in the 5th frame. Danielson with a 3-6. He's got a little bit of a hill to climb here in this final game and a half if he wants to beat Axon. Again, these are all winners bracket matches that we are watching, so none of these players will be eliminated with a loss. They will simply go down to the losers bracket, or elimination bracket as we call it now. See if Ron Moore can make a little magic happen and make the 2-4-8-10. Oh! Gets the 2-4-10, leaves the 8-pin standing in the back, though. So an open frame for more. Over to Sammy now. Ron Moore leaves the 4-pin in the 6th. He had a 22-pin lead coming into this game. He's given back 7 of those pins, so he's still up 15 on Diaz. By the way, Appling, who shot 300 the first game, has gone strike, spare, 7-bagger. And you want to know what? It's the exact same pair that Amleto Monticelli shot 831 on, but there's been a re-oil, so it's not the same condition. He's not bowling on burn, he's bowling on fresh, which makes it a little more impressive. Ventura with the double. Hugh Miller looking for a double here. He leads in this match by 16 pins. Sorry, make it 15 pins. And Miller answers with a double there to maintain the 15-pin lead. Hugh Miller comes up light, leaves the 3-6. Seventh frame for Ron Moore. Mike Diaz has strung together 3 strikes in a row at him. Oh, blowout 9-pin. Moore still clinging to a 4-pin lead, although it's evaporating quickly. Watching live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman here with you as we are watching winners bracket matches. Here's Ventura looking for his 4th consecutive strike. And it's a light 7-pin. Wow, more right through the face. Leaves the 7-10 split. By the way, after shooting 300, Appling shot 279, so he's at 579 for 2. And is going to have no problem defeating Carlson in this round. Here is Hugh Miller. The lefty gets the strike in the 8th frame. He leads in this match by 4 pins with 12 frames to go. Looks like Hugh's going to take a re-rack, so we will go over to watch Dave Axon here in the 9th frame. He still leads by 42 in this match. Looks like Axon had a little trouble with his footwork. Miller struck in the 9th for the double, so he pushes the lead to 14 against Ventura. That right now is a very close match. This one pretty close as well. Both players working on an open though, after Diaz missed a makeable spare in the 8th. It's a 5-pin lead for Mike though, with 12 frames to go. Tenth frame in all 3 of our featured matches going on right now. Ron Moore working on a strike, trailing by 5. Danielson still trails by 41 in the match and gets a strike. Ventura has tossed a double here in the 10th frame. It's 3 consecutive strikes. It's going to get him in the 220s. So he's hanging in there. Close match here with Hugh Miller. Here's Moore, second shot in the 10th. That's not going to get back to the head pin. And he will shoot 185 this game with a spare. Miller gets the 6 out. For the strike. Sorry about that, didn't mean to change the camera there. Hugh Miller with a 3.79 split on the second shot in the 10th frame. Let's go over to Exon. And Exon with a 4-pin. He's still going to hold a lead of about 30 pins going into the last game. Here's Diaz, first shot in the 10th. Perfect looking strike right there. Looks like Diaz will have the lead going into game 3. Here's Ventura. We're entering the final game in these matches. Ventura trails by 1 pin, 420 to 419. Fill ball here for Diaz as he strikes out in the 10th frame for 225. Diaz now with a 20-pin lead going into the last game. Moore all of a sudden looking like he's in a lot of trouble here against Diaz. Hugh Miller, he is clinging to a 1-pin lead with 9 frames left. This 3-game total pinfall match. Dave leaves the 7-pin in the second frame. Again, he still is leading in this one by 28 pins. Hugh Miller kicks the third game off with a double, pushes his lead up to 11. First frame for Diaz. So we've got 3 matches, all of them relatively close here, all within 30 pins or so going into the final game. Ventura and Miller easily the closest, only a single pin separating the two. But now Ventura with the big 4 in the second frame of this final game. Appreciate everybody tuning in this afternoon for our live coverage of the Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. We've got 2 more rounds after this one today. Oh. Brutal leave there for Mike Diaz. Open frame for Ventura. Ventura trying to rebound after that open frame in the second. As now his deficit is quickly growing. And he leaves a 4-pin there. Suddenly, Sammy in some trouble. Ron Moore with a strike in the second. So he still trails by 20 with 8 frames to go. Danielson with a spare in the third. He has made up 10 pins this game, still trails by 18. 7.5 frames left. Looks like Hugh Miller will go before Ron Moore does. So we'll sneak a peek here of Hugh Miller in the third, looking to stay perfect this game. That ball hit pretty weak, leaves a 7. Nice looking shot there for Ron Moore, a double for him. Strike for Diaz. He leads by 10 in the match with 7 frames to go. Miller strikes in the 4th. He is now ahead by 26 pins in the match with 6.5 frames to go. Diaz trying to push his lead back to 20. It's at 10 right now, and he does so with a double. Danielson with a strike in the 4th. He trails by 17 with 6 frames left. So 3 close matches here down the stretch. Ventura comes up light, leaves the 2. Ron Moore working on a double. He can cut that deficit back down to 10 with a strike here in the 4th. So back to a 10-pin match between Moore and Diaz. Danielson a chance to get within single digits. And he does. Let's watch Ron Moore now. 5th frame. Trying to even things up. Oh, leaves the 10 pin. Hugh Miller a chance to really pull ahead here and gets the double. Interesting match between Walter Ray Williams Jr. and Charlie Tapp. Walter Ray just struck out in the 10th for 270, it looks like. Well, he just doubled in the 10th, so that's going to get him to 270 with a strike on the fill. Charlie Tapp can strike out in the final game for 290. Tapp trailed by, it was 14 or 15 pins going into the last game, so Charlie's going to need a double in the 10th frame to beat Walter Ray Williams Jr. We'll keep an eye on that. Let me see if I can adjust the camera and get eyes on that 10th frame. We might have to take it off this Hugh Miller match to get it. But Hugh Miller's pulling away. So I'll be right back as I try to make an adjustment here for you. There's Charlie Tapp in the distance. He gets the first one in the 10th. He needs one more to beat Walter Ray. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll flip back over when Charlie gets on the approach again. By the way, for those of you wanting an update of the Carter-Moore match, Carter leads 475 to 429 going into the last game, and it looks like Carter is going to win the match. Diaz has strung together 4 strikes in a row against Ron Moore here and has a nice lead with 4 frames to go. Ron Moore not going anywhere, though. Charlie Tapp on the approach. There he is in the distance. Needs a strike to beat Walter Ray. Got it. Charlie throws 10 strikes in a row here at the end of this game, and you can see Walter Ray down there shaking his head. Walter Ray Williams Jr. sent to the elimination bracket. Mike Diaz working on 4 in a row, 7th frame. Mike up. He was up 11 before that shot. So this thing is pretty tight between Diaz and Moore now. With Moore throwing that double and Diaz failing to strike here. Danielson and Axon has gotten very close as well. We're going to keep a very close eye on that one. Diaz in the 8th frame. Working on a spare now. Messenger coming across, misses the 7. Here's Miller in the 7th working on a 3-bagger. Has opened up a nice lead here on Ventura, but fails to strike there. 49-pin lead for Miller with 3 frames to go pending the spare. Still in, looks like an 18-pin lead here for Diaz, although Moore can get to within single digits with a strike on his next shot. Looks like Danielson will go before Moore will, so let's update you on this one. Looks like a 5-pin lead for Axon with 2.5 frames to go. So Danielson down 5, but working on a strike, a chance to take the lead right here. For the lead, with 2 frames to go, Danielson goes up by 5. Miller leaves the 6-pin. He's still ahead by 48 pins. And here's Ron Moore. He's going to back off, get the towel, and collect himself here. A strike here, and Ron Moore will only be down 8 pins with 2 frames to go. And he'll be working on strikes, whereas Diaz is working on a spare. So Ron Moore holds his fate in his hands in these final 3 frames. Great shot. All 10 back for a 3-bagger. And Ron Moore is pulled to within 8 and has a chance to take the lead here in the 9th frame. Great action here in this round of matches. A 5-pin lead for Danielson now with 2 frames to go here against Axon. Working on a double, a chance to make it a 15-pin lead, and he packs him back. The Swede delivers. 3 in a row. Here's Ron Moore. There's 2 frames left. He's down 8, but can take a 2-pin lead with a strike. Big, big shot here for Ron Moore. The crowd is gathered behind him. Does he have another one in him? It's a little bit right. Is he going to roll the 2? No. He does not roll the 2-pin. And he will trail by 9 going into the 10th frame if he makes the spare. Over to Axon. Working on a strike. A chance to pull the back within 5, and he does. He trails by 5 going into the 10th frame. It's coming down to the final frames here in these 2 matches. Dave Axon trailing by 5. Both players working on doubles entering the 10th frame. And he comes up light and leaves the 2-pin. Danielson, who's not even watching, he's back here playing with his bottle of water. Now he turns around and sees the result. And Danielson knows he just needs a good count and a mark to win the match. Sam Ventura trying to mount a late comeback. He's thrown 3 consecutive strikes while Hugh Miller has just thrown a couple of spares. We'll keep an eye on that. Here's Diaz leading by 9, 9th frame. He yanked it way right and somehow struck. What a lucky break there for Diaz. Incredible break. I mean, he could have missed the head pin to the right completely on that shot. Instead, it strikes, and he still has the lead. Let's go over to Hugh Miller real quick, see if we can recap this one. Hugh Miller still up by 27 pins. Oh, wow, almost left a 6-8. They broke it up for the strike. Well, that was huge right there. If that's a 6-8, it changes the complexion of the match. Instead, Hugh Miller on his way to a win. Here's Diaz in the 10th. Packs it back for the strike. Diaz up by 18 pins now, and Ron Moore all but done. Watch Hugh Miller lock it up here. And that'll do it. And now let's go over to Danielson, who needs good count and a mark here to win this match. Let's see what the Swedes got here in the 10th for us. This is a little right. And he leaves the washout, the 1-2-10. Let's do the math here real quick while we watch Diaz. Hugh Miller closing it out here. He defeats Sam Ventura. Danielson looking up at the scoreboard doing the math, and he needs to make it. Mike Diaz defeats Ron Moore. And Danielson is going to have to make the 1-2-10 to win the match. Here it is. Has to have it. Where Dave Axon moves on in the winner's bracket. He's got a chance. He makes it. Wow, what a washout conversion in the 10th frame. Had to have it, and he makes it. Wow. Still not quite over yet. The 7 count made things pretty interesting there. It looks like he still needs 8 pins for the win. Yep, 8 for the win. 7 would be a tie, anything less than 7, and he loses. Final shot of the match comes down to this. He's throwing it right up the middle, and he gets 8. Just does get 8. And he wins 638 to 637, looks like. Great matches here in this round. Again, a brief break while they get reset and ready to go for the next round, so don't go anywhere. Next round of matches will be starting shortly here on Bowl TV. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes here on Bowl TV.
that was on the fresh.
Yeah, and we are back and ready to go here with our next round of matches at the Senior Masters. Kenny Parks, the 2008 Senior Masters champ, is here with us. Hello, Kenny.
Hi, how you doing today?
Pretty good. Thanks for sitting in with us a little bit here this afternoon.
No problem. There's been a lot of good matches already.
There have been, and hopefully we've got a couple of more here. We've got Gary Dickinson taking on Paul Appling on lanes 15 and 16, so that's one of our featured matches this round. The other featured match is going to be Tom Carter against Charlie Tapp, and I think, Kenny, you were watching Charlie Tapp's last match against Walter Ray. It was a pretty exciting one.
Yeah, Walter Ray and Tapp had a really strong match. It was around the 770 level, and Charlie shot 279, 290 the last two. Had to double in the 10th to beat Walter. Walter bowled really good, but he went to the loser's bracket. And this other guy, Appling, we didn't know who he was, but he came out of the gate against the guy the last round with 579 the first two. He had a 300 and a 279. He's playing the gutter, so he's going to be a tough match for Dickinson.
Yeah, Appling 792 to 615 over Joel Carlson last round, and he also shot 715 against Brian Goebel and 706 against Brian Brazeau today. So he's a 700 machine out there, and he'll have to take down Gary Dickinson, a Hall of Famer and a two-time champion of this event. And Gary Dickinson won this event in 2004 and 1997. So Gary Dickinson has been around on the senior circuit for quite a while now.
Well, he's playing a different line than he was the last match. The last match he was inside more with virtual gravity, nano pearl. I'm sorry. And he's moved out, looks like, with the Columbia ball, more towards around the four-board. That's where the high scores have been coming off, more near the gutter, if they can get a reaction there, and you can get the ball down the lane. That's a better angle of attack, and the pin carry seems to be better outside.
Both players have started with doubles in this Dickinson-Appling match. And Kenny, unfortunately, you're able to join us, and I say unfortunately because that means you're not bowling anymore. You bowed out of the tournament. You had a first-round win against Amleto in what was a pretty good match, and what happened after that?
Well, the match I bowled against Amleto, I had a real good focus and stuff, and I got it done, and I could have actually beat him by a wider margin if I wouldn't have had some bad luck in the second game when I started stringing, but after that, I just kind of had to move in more on the pair I bowled against Carter. I had to make a move deeper, and my ball reaction wasn't as good, but I needed the first one in the 10th, and I didn't get that strike, so I ended up losing. And then I went right away. I went on the other side, and I had to bowl Eric Forkel, and there's not as many lefties, so he had a really good fresh shot on the pair he was on. And I had a bunch of righties on that pair, so it forced me in deeper. And I got behind pretty quick. He had a 240 game, and I had like a 180. But then I was able to shoot a 268 to get within 20. But then the last game I started out with a double, but I got a couple opens quickly, and so my hope faded pretty quick. And he ended up shooting like 720, and I had only about 640. So I didn't quite keep the momentum going like I had in the morning against Amleto, so I kind of got out quick after that.
Kenny Parks, the 2008 Senior Masters champ, joining us as we watch Appling try to get that 10 to go late. And
well, he's going to have to get that one set back up because the rack hit it. So
that was definitely not a strike. It scored it a strike on the board and swept that 10 pin away, but they're going to need to set it up.
It's too bad for him that the racks were so fast because he would have carried that. That was starting to go.
And
but that is definitely Dickinson is playing out farther than he has been the whole time. So the guys are trying to migrate over to the right for the better pin carry. It's just that's a less volume there, so they might not be able to get the ball down the lane. So they're trying to spin it or just keep their hand out of the ball a little bit.
And Dickinson is no rookie in this rodeo. He knows what's going on. He knows how to win matches in this tournament. And if you're bowling a guy who's been whacking them playing out, you pretty much got to try to do what he's doing. Otherwise, you're going to be toast.
That's right.
And so that's what Dickinson's game plan is. It looks like here. It's working well so far. He's got 3 in a row to start the game. Take a look at Charlie Tapp there. Charlie really, as you mentioned, had a great finish in that match against Walter Ray Williams Jr. And that was just a high-scoring match, probably one of the highest scoring of the tournament, but it was not the highest scoring. Charlie defeats Walter Ray 770 to 764. We had one that was a little bit higher scoring in the losers bracket earlier, and actually both those players have been knocked out now. It was Bob Learn 777 to 769 against Lenny Borsch, and both those guys are now out of the tournament.
Wow, I didn't realize Lenny was out, but yeah, I don't see him now. So
yeah, he went 1 and 2 this morning, and this afternoon he's gone.
Well, that's easy to do because they've oiled the second time now, so now it's fresh again, and so that's a couple days on the fresh. And then it just depends on who you catch because the lanes start changing. There is a good inside shot on some pairs, but other pairs you don't have that kind of a reaction, so you have to try to play out if you can.
Dickinson now with the front 4, and he's opened up a little bit of a lead since Appling did not strike in the 4th.
Well, the one thing good about this format is, it's a 3-game total, so even if this guy, even if you get down and you can keep it within range, within range would be, you'd like to not be down more than 20 after the first game. And, keep it marginal and try to keep the guy from getting a substantial lead because then he can kind of coast in a little bit more and you're having to try to do the catch-up all the time, which is, it's hard enough to make a good shot. Nonetheless, you're trying to catch up. So try to keep it within 20 every game, and then hopefully you get hot and the guy's shot starts to change or something else happens.
And now Dickinson has started with the front 5 as we take a look at Carter.
Carter's moved out too. So I guess he's joining the group outside. He won against me. He played like 4th arrow. Now he's out around 7.
Ball reaction looks pretty good out there. Were guys playing out there during qualifying as well this week?
Not as much. The high-scoring guys were in more to the left, and but on some pairs early, you could get some good scores by the gutter. I didn't really try to play that this week. Probably the out farthest that I tried to play was around 9-8, and so I was more on the inside part of the lane this week.
Kenny Parks joining us. I'm Lucas Wiseman. We're in the second round of this afternoon session. One more round to go after this one. And then back again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pacific time. There's Carter.
Oh, that ball skidded a lot, so he missed it completely. That's why he's better inside, because he's not staying behind the ball right now. He knows he can't. He has to kind of spin it or get on the side of it, or else it'll hook too soon. So, he'd be more comfortable inside. He must not be confident there, or that pair is not playing in. But he may need to move in a little bit.
One thing to note off to the left of our featured pairs, it's Mike Diaz and Hugh Miller. It's a lefty fest over there, and they both have the front 5.
Well, Mike Diaz just beat Ron Moore, so that's a pretty good feat. And Hugh Miller just beat Sam Ventura, so one lefty will not survive this match.
Yeah, so at least one lefty's going to get knocked out here.
Well, there's not a lot of lefties left, pardon the phrase, but Eric Forkel's bowling Ron Moore down there too on the right, so one of them guys is going to be gone after this match because they're both in the losers bracket. Yeah,
we're starting to get down to the nitty gritty here. Not a lot of guys left. We started the day with 64, and I think that we're down to 24 now. My math is right.
I'm not sure how many undefeated players there are right now.
There should be 8 undefeated players left. Yeah, there's 4 winners bracket matches going on right now. In addition to the 3 that we've talked about, Krister Danielson is taking on Mike Edwards.
Krister Danielson, he's from Sweden,
the Swede.
And he throws it sweet. How about that for a pun? But no, I was watching him bowl. He kind of gets up on his toe a little bit, but he gets out of the ball so clean. and he kind of rocks a little bit back and forth. He's real smooth, has a long swing, and kind of a late timing. And I didn't really watch him bowl that much, but he's been up by the leaderboard a couple times since he's been out the last 2 weeks. So he must be a good player.
Well, Dickinson now has the front 7.
Wow, that's really good for him because they were dying on that last pair. They weren't shooting high scores at all. I think he just barely got through his match. Kevin Croucher had no look at all. He had the fresh like he did the other day. One day we had the fresh and we scored really high. He was like 200 over in 5 games. And the next day we had the fresh and he was more around 30 over or around 0 for the section that he bowled. So.
And Appling leaves the 2-8 on that shot, so it's his second non-strike of the game, and that's significant because Gary Dickinson has struck on every shot so far this game.
Yeah, he's been lofting the ball more, and then on that shot he kind of set it short so the ball kind of skidded a lot more, and he's throwing a modern marvel. So even though the cover is kind of strong on that, the ball doesn't move as much as a lot of other balls. It just kind of floats a little bit more, and it hits pretty strong. So he's going to have to increase his loft on the next one, or he's going to have to move to the right a little bit, one of the two.
You said Appling's been playing out a little bit today, and I wonder if he's had any of his opponents try to get out there with him. I wonder how that will affect him.
Yeah, he did actually have a couple guys play out there with him, but they had no luck compared to his. He was more right to left, and they were trying to go straighter up it, and they didn't have as good of a look. It was too slick.
Let's take a quick look at Mike Diaz here. He's got the front 6, and Hugh Miller left the single pin in the 6th. That's Hugh's only miss.
He looks pretty tough.
He has looked solid pretty much all tournament long, I think. Mike has.
Well, he cashed in a lucky hit in the 9th against Ron to set him up to close him out. He actually got a running away Brooklyn.
Yes, he did.
And then he cashed it in by nailing the first strike in the 10th on the other lane. So it paid off. You always want to get some kind of break like that out when you make a bad shot, because usually when you're making a bad one out here, you're going to pay. Like I see Tom Carter just left a 2-8-10.
Tom Carter is struggling thus far, and he's going to fall into an early deficit here of around 30 pins or so.
Well, what we talked about is coming true with his game, because he's moved to the right now, trying to be on top of the other player, and he might not have that good of a reaction, and then also he's a better inside player. So my advice would be get something that hooks and get in there a little bit more.
Front 8 for Diaz. We'll have to wait and see if Dickinson matches it and gets the front 8 in his match. First, Tom Carter is going to go. Carter now down by 31 pins halfway through the first game. Again, it's a 3-game match. Double elimination match play bracket. So these 3 matches that we're keeping an eye on are all winners bracket matches. None of the losers will be eliminated.
See, now he just made a better shot, but he's playing around 4. And as soon as he let the ball roll up a little bit, the ball went right through the nose. But actually, he let the ball go off of his hand clean. So he's not lined up properly, and he needs to get out of there.
Let's see if Dickinson can keep it going. He's definitely been lined up properly. He's got the front 7.
He might shoot 300 on this pair, because he's got a nice roll, and the ball's kind of checking, so it's not going to have too much of an angle, even though he's coming off the edge. It's a little bit straighter angle because it hooks earlier and doesn't hook as much on the back. I'm looking down the row also, and I see Harry Sellens is bowling Amledo, and Harry's got a big string against him, so Amledo doesn't want to lose again, because if he does, then he's going to be out. There's Dickinson going for his 9th strike. And he lets up on his speed and raises up and leaves a 4-6. And that's not really trouble on the game, but he's going to lose some pins there that he could have had, and that could be valuable later. The 300 is not the big deal, but he would have liked to mark there, so he gains a few more pins and keeps the lead.
Yeah, 300s are only really good for your confidence in this format because it's all about how much you're ahead of your opponent by. It's not really whether you shoot an honor score or not.
Right.
Nice to have, though.
You know, nice to have because you're adding to that total for the
Yep.
3 games, you know, and when you're getting into 300, you know, it's easy to figure that anything under 300, you're going to be ahead of the guy.
Yeah.
So if he shoots
That's right.
220, he's 70 behind already, or 80.
Well, we do still have hopes of a potential 300 game this time. It's this game. It's Mike Diaz with the front 8. Keeps it going.
Wow. He got around that early, and the ball still kind of held up for him, but he would need to be a little bit straighter down the lane. That was kind of left to right.
And Appling trying to take advantage of the open by Dickinson to make up a little bit of ground here.
And he does, because, see, if Dickinson would have shot 300, then, you know, Appling can only go 246. Well, now Dickinson can only shoot 260, and Appling can shoot 246, so he's going to be within 20, possibly, instead of being down 60.
Well, Charlie Tapp had an open in the 6th, and he still has the lead by 18.
Well, Charlie's still playing by the edge, so he's probably playing 2, and this pair just isn't coming off like the other pair was. Well, Appling left a stone 9, so now he can only go 226 if he picks this up and gets a strike. And Dickinson can still shoot 266, so a possible 40-pin swing.
And Diaz opens in the 10th frame for 266.
Okay, well, guess what? Now he can lose the game.
Yeah, that's
he
true.
He can actually lose.
Yes, he can.
Because Hugh Miller's going 279 if he hits all of them in the 10th. How about that one?
Start with the front 9 and still be trailing after the first game is the potential in that one.
Yep.
In our lefty battle.
I'm not sure what he left, but that's the same thing Ricky Moore left to lose the title, Ricky Beck, earlier this year.
Messenger.
Wow. You know, I don't know how you carry a hit like that when you need to, especially in that situation, but he managed to get a Messenger come off the wall.
Why Tom Carter's ball reaction looks positively awful.
Oh, it's horrible.
He's in big trouble if he doesn't make a move.
Right. I don't understand why he doesn't just move in. He got in there from the inside line, and now he's trying to play out, and he's bowling horrible. So get in there.
225 for Appling.
Decent start. So Hugh Miller is going to shoot 269, 268 if he picks it up. So he's going to be up by 2 against Mike Diaz. Mike Diaz could have shot 300, but instead he opens and shoots 266.
Dickinson with another split.
And Dickinson may open again himself.
Yep.
And it's still going to be within 20 after he had the potential of being ahead by 70.
It's a big swing.
It is a big swing. But it's easy to do out here because as they're bowling, the lane's changing. So, you know, oil's coming off the front part of the lane and moving to the back part. So that's why all of a sudden you're seeing him leave like a 210 or something like that, because he might have made a good shot there, but the ball's just wiggling and it's not hooking to the left as much as it hooked before.
This is makeable, though. He's got to slide that 2-pin over into the 10.
And that's a pretty good try.
Yep, he's got it.
Oh, it went right around and he didn't make it. So
I thought he had it.
That was a great shot, but an unfortunate break to not take it off the wall.
So he shoots 245 and leads by 20 after game 1. And that Carter and Tapp match running about 3 frames behind. They
well, he moved in now. He moved in.
Yes, he did make a big move.
And
it delivers a strike. Yeah, how about that?
See?
And
no,
he's
why didn't you do that before?
Exactly. He's going to say, why did I do that a few frames ago?
If you would have listened to KP. If he would just be looking at bowl.com, he would have knew to make that move about 5 frames earlier.
And Diaz starts off with a split for an open frame against Miller. And Appling also has started with a split here in this game.
Well, the lanes are changing, so the guys have to decide, hey, do I need to make a move? Or do I need to switch balls? Or what do I need to do?
Yeah, it seems as though in the matches that we've been watching today, it's you start getting in the back half of the first game and into the second game. That's when the transition hits, and you got to start making a change. And Hugh Miller with a 6-8.
Yep. Here's the transition because there's 2 lefties on that pair too.
Yep.
So now when they were bowling earlier, there was only 1 lefty. Maybe they were bowling a right-hander. So the moves won't be as quick because there's no other lefty playing your line. You're there by yourself. But considering Diaz is playing on the same pair he is, they're around the same place. Hey, that lane's changing twice as fast. So now, what does he do? Does he need to make a move here? Is he going to take his hand out of the ball a little bit? Let's see what he does on the next one.
Charlie Tapp and Tom Carter not exactly lighting it up down there.
No, I'll tell you what, Charlie just came off a 770 match, but there's already been, I believe, another match on this pair. So the guys could have been playing somewhere a little bit left of where they had been playing. So now he's trying to play the same place, but he doesn't have the hold area, or he doesn't have the swing. Something's different. So the scores are affecting him. If you look at his scoring pace now, he's going to be lucky to shoot 200.
Yeah, it looks like both those players may be under 200 this game. Carter definitely will be under 200. His max is only 192.
Well, as the lanes progress, the scoring is going to get lower. Now, this morning, though, I will say this. They bowled on a burn pair, and Amledo shot 835 or something against Mark Williams. Mark Williams lost with like 740. Can you imagine that? Bowling 740 and you're going home. That happens a lot out here, though. A lot of good players. And the lanes have been pretty good this year in compared to other years. What I mean by that is like the ratio was increased a little bit more. So it's more like a 2.5 to 1 ratio instead of a 2 to 1. So that just gives a little bit more oil in the center, but not enough to make it where if you don't throw a good shot, you're going to get good results. You still have to make a decent shot and hope that you have that little bit more push. If you don't throw it good, though, it's still going to go high.
We are in the second game here in this Appling-Dickinson match. And it is Dickinson with a 31-pin lead with 18 frames to go in the match. The Carter-Tapp match still in the first game. And it is a 30-pin lead for Charlie Tapp.
Well, Tom moved in, so I believe Tom's going to get lined up and make a comeback here. And then if Charlie's not going to want to move in. He's going to want to try to make that happen out there. So let's see what Tom does.
There's Carter.
Okay,
yep.
See, he was playing the wrong line. Now he's in more.
Ball reaction looks much better now.
And he knew it was good off his hand. As you can see, he ran it out. He had a lot of confidence on that, even though he didn't throw that shot until then. But he knew it was there because he knew it was good off of his hand.
Talk about ball reaction evaporating. Mike Diaz.
2 lefties, what we were talking about. Yep. Now all of a sudden, a minute ago, everybody was striking. Now all of a sudden, there's 1 strike out of five frames.
Let's see if Carter can keep it going here. He's pulled to within 20. He can get to within 10 with a strike here.
Well, I expect him to bowl good now because he made the move. Oh, stone 9, though. That'll hurt you.
Do that one pretty good, too. Ball just hooked right through and past the 9-pin.
Yeah, well, he's throwing it better, and he is lined up. So Charlie could be in a little bit of trouble now because he'll need to make a move or do something different.
For those of you just joining the broadcast, I'm Lucas Wiseman along with Kenny Parks, the 2008 Senior Masters champion, as we watch this winner's bracket competition at the Senior Masters at South Point Bowling Center in Las Vegas.
The lanes are changing, that's for sure. I'm watching Dickinson. He just went light, and he threw the ball the same place he had earlier. The ball hooked up. Now all of a sudden, it's not making the corner.
These are the frames where you either earn the victory or earn the loss.
Well, if you move the wrong way, you're going to pay again. So, you know, it's all a guessing game. You have to guess right. You're using your knowledge of what that you have learned, and you have to apply it, and now's the time. So when you're standing up there thinking about what you're going to do, you need to go by your experience, and then that'll tell you what direction you probably should make a move in.
Fill ball for Carter. He's only going to shoot 171, but the last 3 frames have been much better for him, and that's a 4.79. The ball just driving a little bit too hard for him, looked like his last couple of shots.
Well, if I was him, I would go ahead and make another move in. He probably moved in a little bit on that one and is still hooked. So let's make about another 3-board move and see if we can open that area up a little bit.
Dickinson with a strike in the 4th. Oh, Diaz almost left a 7-9, and that is not good ball reaction when you almost leave a 7-9. That much I know.
He had to move in because the ball's been jumping high now. Now he can hit the pocket, but is he going to get the drive on the shots? That's the question.
And meanwhile, Hugh Miller's strung together 3 strikes in a row. So Hugh has seemed to have figured it out.
Okay. See if he maintains it.
Appling looking for a 3rd consecutive strike. Looks a little bit right.
Well, see, now that's the reaction that they didn't have a little bit ago. He got that ball out to 2-1, and the ball was coming off of there, but now it's not because Dickinson left a 2-pin on that lane also. So now the right lane's way tighter. Tighter meaning there's more oil. The ball speeds up. It doesn't go back to the pocket as hard.
Tapp got the first one in the 10th. He can get to 202 this game. That would give him a 34-pin lead after the first game.
I still don't like his look on this pair.
And he may need all the pins he can get here.
Because the ball's hooking early. See that? And he knows it. And, you know, he's using a lot of surface right now. The ball's too much surface. But he sure had the nuts on the last one, the last pair, with the same ball. That just shows you, as soon as you move pairs here and you're bowling somebody else, you might not even be able to play near where you played before. And you might not be able to use the same ball. So, you know, it's not just stand the same place and just throw it. You have to put on your thinking cap. You have to visually be looking at the lanes and making sure that you can see stuff, different little reactions with your eyes. The ball making a little bit different movements than it made before, so you can make a judgment on if you need to make a move, because you only have the 3-game set to get the totals. And that's not a lot of games. So if you get lost for a game or so, that's going to cost you dearly, especially if the other guy's lined up the whole time. You know, you got to learn to make your moves as fast as possible, and then when you're not striking, try to do something different right away, and don't let it keep on happening to you. Well, Appling's losing his ball reaction, you know. His ball's not driving as hard now, and he can't really move more to the right because he's already by the edge. So now what are you going to do? You're going to try slowing down? He's throwing it pretty slow now. Carter made a bigger move, and you've seen the ball go a little bit longer there, and he struck on his first shot, and he knows he made a better move, and now he's actually lined up good. So Charlie's in for a run for his money. Man.
And meanwhile, in the lefty battle, Hugh Miller has strung together 5 strikes in a row after opening in the first, and seems like he has figured it out a few frames before Mike Diaz, and that could spell doom for Mike Diaz. He's kind of given up 4 frames this first part of the game, and Miller is starting to pull ahead a little bit, although Diaz finally on the board with a double.
Well, he can get lined up again, and then he can start stringing. So hopefully that's what he'll do.
And it's a 44-pin lead for Hugh Miller at this stage, with A little more than a game, a little less than a game and a half to go.
Also, Dickinson has definitely lost his reaction on 16 because he got to the pocket there, he let it roll up as much as he could, and the ball still left a flat 10. So I don't know what he's going to do different. He might have to move out of there in a minute.
He still leads in the match by 23, but he's not really building his lead at all.
Well, then also the other guy is not pushing him, so.
Yeah, he's not forcing him to make any sort of tough decision.
Right, that's what you want to do. You want to, once you've got a guy and you've got up on him a little bit, you want to just keep on putting it on him. So every other strike you can add to the string is just putting the heat on the other opponent, and that's what you want to continue to do. And then eventually the guy's not going to make good shots. Well, unless you're a freak or something. Which we know some of those guys that are so good, they're almost like freaks.
And that one goes through the face for Gary. Leaves the 3-6. So not many strikes at this game on that pair.
And I mean freaks of nature, by the way. That's a little bit more subtle.
Miller with another strike.
Well, a couple more strikes for Hugh, and he's going to pull out to a real big lead, and only with one game left. It's going to be pretty much insurmountable for Mike Diaz. So he's in big trouble.
Dickinson makes the spare in the 6th. Kind of a spare fest for him this game. Only 2 strikes in 6 frames.
Yeah.
Still maintaining a 21-pin lead. So right now he's just kind of nursing his lead.
Yeah, that's all we can hope to do right now.
Hugh Miller string comes to an end there. Tom Carter's ball reaction, as we said, looks way better than it was the first half of that match before, or that game before.
And Tom Carter doubled there, so he's definitely got a better reaction now. He could actually shoot some big score now.
He's going to need it. Down by 24 coming into this game. He's cut it to 14 already. Watching live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bold TV. Lucas Wiseman and Kenny Parks with you as we watch winners bracket action. You can find the brackets on bowl.com/Senior Masters, bowl.com/Senior Masters for the results and brackets. All right, Tom Carter's got the feel, doesn't he?
He sure does. He moved into a beautiful area now. Now his ball reaction's so good, he could shoot a big game.
Oh, look at the love tap on the 3-pin for Mike Diaz.
That was like a reverse dominoes.
Yeah. And you see Appling with the second time in a row that he's had that weak 10-pin on that left lane. That's never a good sign when the 6-pin's going into the gutter flat like that.
And both of those guys, their ball reaction's the same. They're playing the same spot. There's pushed so much oil down on the back ends now off that spot that they can't really move more to the right. So I don't really know how they're going to get the pin carry. My suggestion would be go to a ball that's got more surface right now, and maybe you'd have a chance. And
if you're Gary Dickinson, if Appling wants to sit there and continue doing that, then you really don't mind. You know?
Well, you're right. Gary doesn't really have to do nothing yet, but I would still be considering making a move and doing something like that because, just because he's got a 20-pin lead, if this guy all of a sudden gets hot, well, that 20 pins isn't going to last at all. And then you're going to be in trouble because you weren't ready to make a move, and you just stay there. And then when you need to strike, you can't.
Well, maybe they both think they can just kind of grind it out there and be enough to win. And another weak 10-pin.
See, now
for Dickinson.
It's the same thing over and over and over, and that's what they're both going to do right there. They can't even move off there because they're already to the right. So it's got to be a ball change. Yeah, but the problem is that the ball he's using is probably mild, and if he goes to another one, it's going to hook so much earlier, he might not be able to even play near that area.
Dickinson still with a slight lead, 20 pins.
That time he tried to get his thumb down quicker so that the ball would read quicker, and it did, but it still left the same thing. Let's see if he's wiping his ball off. You know, there's oil on the balls, and he's not carrying, so let's see if he might wipe it off. And you know what? He does not. So, you know, if it was me, I would wipe the ball off because there's oil rings where it's rolling right now. And plus, you can't get it off the back end as it is, so why not wipe the oil off so the ball hooks just a hair more? Maybe he'd be striking.
Well, let's see if Gary can get something here. Nope, he yanks it and leaves the 3-6, loses a couple of pins.
It's
pin count there.
Called jail time.
Yeah.
He's in jail. He either made a move to the right or he just tried to hook it sooner, and then what did the ball do? Hooked early.
The good news for him is his opponent's in jail too.
Yeah, his opponent's right there with him. They're both locked up behind bars.
There's Carter looking for the front four.
Oh. No, he let that ball roll up. He got it too early to the dry. It wasn't the same angle going as wide. And you know what makes him tricky out here is there is a kind of a bubble type look as far as the pattern of oil. It kind of looks like a small bubble, you know, from side to side. And with the great lanemen that we have this week applying the conditioner, some of the pairs are very nice and others don't react as well. So what we're getting at is we got a pretty fair condition this week, and depends on what time of the day you hit them. They can be really good or they can be really ugly. And Tom Carter chopped that spare, so now the 3-bagger that he had turns into a double.
And the handcuffs are definitely on Appling as he leaves a 2-8-10.
Well, you know, it doesn't look like he's the type of bowler that's going to switch. I don't personally know him, but I have not seen him use any other ball but this one. And right now he has no ball reaction. I would hope that Gary Dickinson uses his experience now to go ahead and make a move here or do something different, switch balls, whatever it needs to do by the end of this game. Although the other guy is kind of going away from him, so really he doesn't really have to do nothing. He can just keep on doing this, and all he's doing is sparing, but I don't think that's too smart. I tried doing that against Walter Ray 2 years ago when I had him by 47 pins, and then all of a sudden he made a move at the end and moved in like a plank and a half and ended up throwing a 5-bagger and beating me for the total. So
you're in favor of being a little bit more aggressive if you're Gary Dickinson rather than being passive about it.
Right, because actually the guy struck on this last one and he threw it better, so you know, he could start stringing here, and then all of a sudden you're under duress to make the move instead of just moving ahead of time, trying to keep ahead of it.
By the way, the Miller-Diaz match is heading into the third game. Hugh Miller, 525 for 2. Mike Diaz, 469.
Yeah, Mike's in super bad shape now because that's a lot for one game. You know, it's hard enough to beat the guy head-to-head if you're even, and he's given away all those pins he's got to make up.
It's almost like Hugh Miller has a 56-pin handicap going into the last game.
Well, Hugh Miller's not going to probably make too many bad shots this game, so he's probably going to shoot at least a 220.
Looked like Dickinson tried to loft it a little bit more on that shot.
Yeah, he tried to get more on it, and he did, and he left a solid 9.
Well, he's now up by 32 in the match with 11 frames to go, assuming he makes this spare. So he has built a little bit of a lead, but Appling working on a strike will have an opportunity to cut into it in the 10th frame.
I didn't ask him if he still does the one finger for his spare. He only puts one finger in the ball and his thumb. I'll have to ask him that later. He used to do that. I don't know if he still does.
I guess that's to try to help to get the ball to go a little straighter, huh?
Yeah, so you can't get as much lift.
Charlie Tapp, he gets a strike for a double.
And he didn't get tapped on that one.
He did not. He still leads by 20 against Carter.
All right, Dickinson's making a move to the left with his feet.
Yep. It's kind of a little chess match here between these two,
Yep.
It seems like.
He moved like 4, I think. Oh, no, that's terrible.
Yeah, when Brooklyn found a way to strike, though.
Hey, now that's the kind you need. That'll get you going.
Carter looking for a double here in the 6th frame as they are at the halfway point of that match. They're running about a half game behind everybody else here.
Well, Tom shoveled that one in for a strike. Actually, we do call Tom the snow shovel on the tour because he likes to shovel the ball. But it is effective.
Let's see if Dickinson can find something a little better here. Nice. Just kind of chucking it at the headpin now, it seems like.
I don't know what he's trying to do right now.
That was not pretty. And he's going to shoot 190.
See, he probably moved into that area we were talking about. Maybe the guys that were playing on that pair the game before, they might have been playing right where he's starting to move into. So, you know, he's only making a couple board moves, and then the ball still hooks a mile. So he may have to move like a plank. Yeah. 5 boards at a time.
Well, you know who was on that pair before this match was Ron Moore, and he was playing much further in.
Oh.
So he kind of wrecked him inside there, I think.
Now we know. Okay, see, now that explains it because Ron Moore was playing about 17 and going out to the right to about the 8th board by the marker down there. Okay, so these guys are playing by the gutter, right? So now all of a sudden they moved in a little bit and the ball hooks really instantly. But where they're playing out, when the ball starts making a move back to the pocket, because Ron Moore pushed all the oil over there, it made that lazy in the back. It was clean before, but now it's dirty. It has oil on it. So now when their balls are starting to hook to the pocket, they're in Ron Moore's carry down.
It's causing them all kinds of trouble. Here's Appling.
No, he made a nice shot. No, he just stayed behind the ball more, and he stayed down better. And he's struck twice now. So he's looking a little bit better.
So he can still get to 200 this game, get to 201. And if he did that, he would make up 9 pins and only be down 11 going into the last game, which that's just a mark.
That would be perfect. You know, if you can only be down 11 going to the last game, that's nice and comfortable. If you're going to be down any, I only want to be down 11.
What's going on over there with Tapp? Did he leave a 5-7? A 5-10, I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a 5-10 and an open. I don't know how he left it, but that's not must not have been a very good shot, would be my guess.
No, I would guess not. I hope that wasn't in the pocket.
That would be really bad ball reaction if he left a 5-10 in the pocket. And Appling, that's a kind of a bad break there. He makes a good shot and doesn't get the 7 to go. When you're struggling to find strikes and you put the ball in the pocket like that, doesn't carry, that kind of hurts.
Well, the good news is he is lined up better now. So he's found the combination. Now let's see what Tapp can do after the 5-10.
Yeah, that makes that match very interesting. They are very close with 13 frames to go.
And Charlie Tapp, for all you Facebook friends, is alias Peter Griffin.
Is he a big Family Guy fan?
Apparently so, because on there he's Peter Griffin.
22-pin lead for Dickinson after 2 games.
Well, Charlie's losing his ball reaction. Not that he had a great one to start with, but it doesn't look like he's going to really move off that spot. And Tom Carter actually has a better line than him right now as far as where he's playing the lane. So I expect Tom to win this match unless Charlie does something different. Now, Dickinson moved in about 5 boards, and he also moved his target light in about 3. And now he's playing a different angle, and he struck there.
Tapp had a 24-pin lead coming into this game.
Not anymore.
Nope, and it's pretty much gone.
114, 140.
He's down 6.
He's actually down now.
Yeah. Both Appling and Dickinson strike to start off this game.
We'll see if they found the answer. We'll know in a few more frames.
And I think another big shot coming up here for Tom Carter as he can try to establish a little bit of a lead in the final stretches of game 2. It's up 6 in the match. Go up 16 with another strike.
Well, he's lined up. Just make a good shot. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That got off his hand smoother, and his rotation was quicker out of his hand. You can see it if you're looking. When he hits the ball in the upswing, the rotation's a little bit slower, but that time he stayed down more, he was smoother, and the ball went a little bit longer and had better pin action. So as we suspected, Tom Carter has the capability of shooting a big game. He can actually shoot 264.
Appling with an open frame in the second, so he'll fall even further behind now.
Well, now they're in Ron Moore's hook area, it looks like.
9th frame for Carter, up by 16. He can go up 26 with another one. You think Kenny's going to get it?
That's pretty good off his hand. And he does get it.
Hit a little weak, but still carried.
Well, you know, it's better to be in a little bit more than you need to, so that way if you actually grab it, it's not going to go high. Yeah, you're going to be lighter in the pocket, but if you're letting the ball roll off your hand and you're not squeezing it, then the ball's going to have pretty good pin action.
Look at Dickinson.
No, I don't know what he's doing now. He's playing one lane, pointing it from the right gutter, and the other lane he's playing like straight up 8 or 9. So he's lost.
Either that or he thinks that the lanes are that much different. I don't know.
Well, it's really getting down to the nitty-gritty there because Appling opened anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe he's just like, well, I'll play the safe route because he still has to guess on that lane where to stand.
Maybe he said, I'm just going to take a spare and be happy with it.
Well, he was trying to strike, but I'm sure he'll take that spare because he actually gained another 10 right there. So now he's up, what, like 35 or
34 pins, yeah.
And it's getting late for Appling.
And, you know, Dickinson trying to do something that nobody else has done at the Senior Masters, and that's win this tournament 3 times.
Oh, Dickinson, that would be something if he did win this tournament again. I know he hasn't won for a long time. But, you know, Dickinson's a good player. Just going to depend on the draws. He wouldn't be the favorite by any means, but he can play.
And, yeah, the longer he stays alive in the winner's bracket, the better his chances become of winning this tournament. As you know, staying in the winner's bracket is everything in this tournament.
Stay in the winner's bracket. That's what you need to do. And when you are in the winner's bracket, just all of a sudden you find yourself undefeated. And then you could be bowling for the title.
Yeah, you definitely, if you have the opportunity to make it into that championship match undefeated and have to be beaten twice, that's a pretty big advantage.
Well, when you go into the loser's bracket here, you're going to be bowling for 2 days to get out of that thing.
Virtually every round.
So it's a long way to the king to go that route.
Appling with a better shot there in the third. And he's down 34 pins with 7 frames left against the Hall of Famer Dickinson.
Well, that Hugh Miller-Mike Diaz match is over with pretty much. Hugh Miller's got him closed out. He's beaten him this game also, and he was already up by a mile. So.
Yeah, he's up by 56 coming into this game, and he's picked up 32 more pins, so he's up 88 pins.
And is that a winner's bracket match also?
It is, yep.
Okay, so that means Diaz will be going into the loser's bracket.
Bad shot there by Tap.
Yeah, he switched balls, and now he's trying to swing that ball, and that ball just had nothing. And he's just trying to play that area. See, now he's in really jail now because Tom Carter tried to play it and couldn't play it, and Charlie was doing okay on it. But now Tom's inside and scoring, and Charlie's not going to move in there. I can tell you that right now. He's not. He doesn't like to play inside if he doesn't have to. but he is capable of doing it. I don't expect him to do that today.
Charlie's going to shoot with the spare here.
And that was
11.
a dangerous way to play that spare, but it was only count, so he just went for the pocket.
Yeah, he shoots 201, so he's going to be trailing going into that last game for sure.
Well, Tom Carter can go 264 if he throws all three in the 10th.
Here's Dickinson looking for a double and packs them all back.
Wow.
That's a Hall of Fame shot right there.
Yeah, because he's playing like the 2 board on 16, and he's playing like 8 on 15.
He manufactured a strike on that right lane. And that's important because Appling had shown a little sign of life there with a double. And Dickinson says, no way, no how, I'm not giving up this lead. And matches it to maintain that 34-pin lead. Here's Carter in the 10th. Big 10th frame here for Carter. He can really pull ahead going into the last game.
No, that's gone.
That's way right, huh?
Well, he spun it. You know, he was getting behind the ball more. That one he just got off of it too quick.
Still shoot 241 this game, and that'll give him a lead of about 16, 17 pins going into the last game. Dickinson, 5th frame of this final game. He liked it.
Well,
still didn't carry.
He's kind of pushing the ball there, so, you know, his pin carry is not going to be as good as some of the other guys that are letting it roll. You should make the spare easily.
No trouble. Covers it up. Carter shooting the 1-2-7 here in the 10th frame. Hasn't had a spare this game. Of course, it's only the second one he's shot. Left the 3-6-9-10 in the 4th.
This one's not easy.
And he makes it.
Made it look easy.
Big shot here for Appling, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I would
Working
say
on a double.
He needs this one. That's pretty good. But he tried to hook it too much because that's the tighter lane. And he was slow, and it was not a good shot.
Yeah, it checked up on him and right through the face. He's lucky it wasn't a split, actually.
Right, but it's getting late for him now. That was almost his last hurrah, unless disaster strikes Dickinson. But actually, he's lined up a little bit better than he was earlier. That's for sure.
Yeah, 35-pin deficit for Appling. Here's the fill ball for Carter. 241.
A lot better shot.
And he leads 409 to 393.
Not much of a lead.
Nope, just 16 pins going into the last game. Hugh Miller knocks off Mike Diaz in easy fashion.
He's going to have a big set.
Yeah, he was 525 going into, so he needs one more for 800. He shoot 278 this game.
Yep, he might do it. The left side is really good right now.
Let's go ahead and take a peek at that match. We can watch Hugh Miller. At this point, shooting 800 for Hugh Miller is not exactly a big deal. He's got the match won, but does good things for your confidence, I guess, going into tomorrow.
I'm not saying that the lefties aren't good, because they're definitely good that are left in this tournament right now. But you know,
it looks like he wanted it.
with as many right-handers as there are, and they're just chewing up the lanes. Some of the pairs, when the lefties get on there, they're still fresh because no lefties have bowled on there. So, you know, if a right-hander catches a lefty when he's got that kind of a shot and the angle that he can play out so far, you know, you're at a disadvantage right there alone, just getting to the pocket, nonetheless the pin carry.
So Hugh Miller trying to fill it up here, and he strikes out for 278, 803. What a set.
Well, there's an 800, so that's definitely a high score. But I do think Amleto had an 835.
831, yeah.
831, is that what it was?
Yep.
Against Williams.
Yeah, against Mark Williams.
Yeah, 299 game in that.
279, 299, and can't remember what the last game was, but
it didn't matter
250
at that
something,
point.
I think 260.
Yeah, he was throwing off.
Yeah, he was ahead by much.
He was throwing off. And speaking of Ablato, it looks like he might survive Harry Sellens, but we'll have to check on that.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. These scoreboards are awfully hard to read.
Well, Harry Sellens had a really big game going there, but he just opened, so he can only shoot like 245 now. And Ablato can shoot 268, so Ablato was already winning that match by like 20 at least. So we might be saying goodbye to Harry Sellens today too.
Carter comes up light on that shot, leaves the 210 in the first frame of this final game. And Dickinson, I think Dickinson's just hoping that he can spare out here, and that'll be enough to win.
Well, I tell you what,
he could be in some trouble if Appling
could go off the sheet right here. He could probably win the match, and that means he needs to throw the next 6.
Appling's down.
Strike working.
He's down 32, and he can cut it to 22 with a strike here.
If he throws the next 6, he can shoot 246. And Dickinson is on a pace to shoot maybe 210.
Yeah, if Appling were to shoot 246, that means that Dickinson would need to shoot 225 to win the match.
Nope.
That's not going to get there.
Because actually he threw that better, but that's the lane that does not hook. No.
Yeah. That one didn't look like it ever had any chance to get to the pocket. And he leaves the 1-2, 6-10 washout. And things, the door slowly closing on Appling.
Well,
he makes it to stay alive, so a little crack of light.
This is one of the matches that they can bowl bad, and you can still win your match. But everybody doesn't get that kind of luck.
And Carter comes up light again and almost 210s for the second consecutive frame and gets the 2 out.
It's probably pushing down now because he's been playing there for a while. So what's the move?
Well, it looks like Appling is pretty happy on that left lane now. And the good news for him is he finishes on that lane, so he only has to find a way to strike one more time on the right lane if he wants to hang in there. But he's down by 32. With just 2.5 frames to go. Oh, Tom Carter just missed a 10-pin.
Not good.
No.
He was already down, and now he's going to be down with 2 opens to start this game. He's not in good shape. Although he does have a good enough look where if he would throw it better, he could strike a lot. So let's see what he does. He's got 10 more frames, 10 more balls to throw.
Dickinson can really throw the hammer down if he can strike in the 8th and the 9th. That one goes through the face, leaves 3-6-10.
Well, he's just trying to outlast the guy now, but he's just on a 2-0 pace. That's all he needs now because the guy's not pushing him. They had a non-qualifier sweeper on the other side while these matches were going on, and we just got the score sheet in, and it looks like Jim Knobloch from Wisconsin was the one that won in the 4-game sweeper at plus 112.
Nice.
With Ron Garr finishing second from Ridgedale, Missouri, and Bo Jorgen third, Robert Harvey fourth, Pete McCordick fifth.
And you know what's interesting? Jim and Bob both missed the cut by a pin to match play. And then they go in and finish first and fourth on the sweeper.
That's awesome. Now that you brought that up, that is correct. They missed the cut by 1 pin because Sam Ventura struck on his fill ball to go to 154.
54 was
and they
the cut.
had 153.
That's correct. So that's nice for them to get a little extra money over there on that side of the bowling center.
Very nice.
Well, Dickinson made his spare in the 8th, so there's 2 frames to go, and he still leads by, looks like 29 pins. And leaves the 2-8, so he loses a couple of more pins here. Now leads by 27.
He's just grinding on it, so He doesn't need anything, just fill the frames.
He's hoping that Appling doesn't find a strike on that right lane, because if Appling finds a strike on the right lane, Dickinson could be in some trouble here.
Well, here would be the scenario to be in trouble. Let's say he opens in either this frame or the next frame. Then that would give an opportunity for Appling to throw the last 4, and he could make up the 30 pins that he's behind. So, but if he marks here, he's going to make it a lot tougher. And then he has to open to give Appling a chance.
Yeah, if Dickinson makes this, and then he spares again in the 10th, he shoots 200 even. And that means that Appling would need 223 to win the match, and Appling can strike out for 226. So Appling can strike out in the 9th and the 10th to force Dickinson to double, actually.
Well,
looks like it.
So he must be within 20 or so then.
He was down 22 going into this game.
Okay. And look, Tom Carter opened again.
Yeah, 3 opens in a row. But Appling has really struggled on this lane, and he desperately needs a strike here, or he's pretty much done. I got it.
Wow!
Look out! He can shut. He could shoot 226 here, and that would not be enough for the shutout. Gary Dickinson will still have a chance to win, but Gary Dickinson's ball reaction is awful.
He would have to double
on a lane in which has been tough for both of them.
Hey, and listen. If Appling can pull this off, because if he doubles,
Amleto just beat Sullins, it looks like.
Well, that was a reaction that he just beat him, or else he got where he could tie him or something.
Something, yeah. He just doubled in the 10th. I heard the reaction. Tom Carter with a strike off the distance there.
Now Appling, if he can double on his good lane right here, he can put the heat on Dickinson, and Dickinson has no clue on this other lane, no clue.
Almost a must-strike situation here for Appling. It's going high. It's over.
All over but the shout.
Yep. Dickinson's going to win and stay alive. He'll be one of the 4 undefeated players going into tomorrow.
Monticelli needs 9 to win against Harry Sullins.
Okay, we'll let you know. We'll walk you through it. Amleto on the approach right now. We don't have a camera there. And he got it. He got a strike. A youngster out there, huh? He's crashing the party.
Well, Harry had an opportunity to get him, but he didn't get the first one in the 10th, so he left it open for him, and Amleto closed it.
How about Gary Dickinson? He literally just grinded out a win here and survived somehow.
Yeah, he's not going to have much over 600. I don't know what he had going in, but it's
437 going in, so he'll be right there. He's just had 245 the first game.
Okay, well that'll win some matches, as you can see. The 630. When do you know 630 series win matches?
Yeah,
here.
Exactly.
Oh, and he struck on that lane finally. The high hard one.
Struck.
Nice shot. That seals the deal.
Yeah, so Gary Dickinson trying to do what nobody else has done before, win 3 Senior Masters titles. And he's going to be undefeated at the end of the first day of match play, which goes a long way towards winning the title.
Sure does.
Let's update the Tap and Carter match. It's swayed in Carter's favor here at the start of this game because in Tap's favor because Carter's opened 3 times.
Right, and Carter's got 25 in the 3rd compared to Charlie's 69 in the 3rd. But
like
Tom has a strike working.
It looks like a 28-pin lead for Tap with 6 frames to go. Dickinson throws his arms up and almost a sigh of relief that he survived the match.
That was a real grind-out game. He stayed clean, 201.
Yep. That's the key. He made his spares.
Yep.
And and he ends up winning by just a few marks. So great performance by Gary Dickinson. That's a real veteran performance by Gary Dickinson, I'd say.
Yes, it is. Well, he's used to the grinds for a long time.
He's got a big smile on his face too. Might be the biggest smile he's had all season out here on tour. Maybe the biggest smile he's had in a while. It's not too many people can say they go undefeated on the first day of match play at the Senior Masters.
Nope. I did it when I won the title in 08. And I eventually had to bowl Tom Baker. He was also undefeated. And I was fortunate enough to beat him like 680 to 580. And he went on into the loser's bracket and got out of it. And I ended up bowling him later, but this time he had to beat me twice because I never lost. So he did actually beat me the first set that we had to do that, like 580 to 540. The pair was horrible. It was a real burn pair. Even Wayne Webb bowled on that pair before we got there, and he shot like 550. So I knew that one was going to be rough, but then we switched pairs after that, and it was right back to what I had from before. And then I was able to shoot a 685 or so to beat Tom at about a 590. So it was a fun time, especially for your first title, being a major. Very, very exciting.
Carter working on a strike here. Chance for a double.
Okay, we just found out Eric Forkel defeated Ron Moore, so Ron Moore is now out.
Okay.
And that's a senior player of the year defending, so he's gone.
Tom Carter threw the double there to make up a little bit of ground.
And also Mike Edwards, Eddie, off the tour. He's a senior tour rookie. He just beat Danielson from Sweden. Danielson was looking for another win there, but Mike Edwards is going to beat him there. So Mike Edwards will advance.
So Edwards, Miller, and Dickinson are three of the four undefeated players after today. We're still determining who the fourth one will be. It'll either be Carter or Tapp. It's a 17-pin lead for Tapp with half a game to go.
So Wayne Webb was in the loser's bracket already?
Yes.
Okay.
Little light mixer does not get the 7 to go. He really wanted it too.
Yeah, that ball skidded wide.
Oh, a little action over to the left of us here. Pop and, is that Carlson?
That is Joel Carlson from Omaha, Nebraska.
And he looks like he needed that second strike in the 10th. He kind of ran it out and he left the 10 pin. So I'm not sure what the situation is there. But reactions tell a lot, and that reaction told me that he needed it. Either that or he really wanted it for the shutout. One of the two. Uh-oh. Carter cannot buy a spare.
Well, Tom apparently doesn't want the match because that's his fourth open, and he now has 82 in the sixth frame, or is that
sixth
the seventh?
frame? Yeah, and he's missed two single pins. He's had two splits. We'll give him a pass on the opens for those, but two single pin misses.
Yeah, I just
that's not going to win
that.
many matches.
Not at this time of day.
No.
Maybe earlier this morning.
Charlie Tapp licking his chops here. Getting an update here.
And Larry Pop needs a spare to beat Joel Carlson.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. He just went through the face.
And he left at 3, 6, 9, 10, and that is going to be a real tough spare on this right now. So if he makes the spare, he wins. If he does not make the spare, he is a loser. And we're going to swing over there and watch him try to shoot this, I believe. So what you're going to see here is Larry Pop trying to make the 3, 6, 9, 10 to advance.
I think he got it.
And he makes it.
Yeah. He made it. I don't know if he needs counter or anything, or if it's...
We're going to check and see what he needs.
See, I never have anybody running scores for me, and you show up, and all of a sudden people are running scores up for us. I like it.
That's because they like us.
They like you.
Well, hey,
nobody
you know
knows
what?
me out here.
Well, the fun part is, okay, Larry Pop needs 6 to advance.
6 pins, okay. We'll flip back the camera over there so you can watch that shot from a distance.
Well, the fun part is getting information that you normally wouldn't get. That's what we're trying to do for you.
Here it is. Needs 6. Oh, got 7.
Wow, he got 7, and he just sneaks that one out. How would you like to have to make that? 3, 6, 9, 10, then needs 6, and you get 7. Okay, just enough.
How about that? Not sure what's going on down here with Charlie Tapp. He doesn't look real happy about something.
Okay, he's probably thinking somebody made noise on him, or maybe because of the last match now he can hear some stuff he didn't hear earlier.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but
he's in command on this game and on the set.
Yeah, he's up. He was down 16 coming into this game. Tom Carter is not really putting up a fight here in this last game.
Okay, so Charlie was down 16?
He was down 16.
Okay,
yeah,
so
he's
now he's ahead.
Yeah, he's up 27 in this match.
And with Tom Carter working on nothing.
Yeah.
Tom Carter in the 7th frame.
Tom Carter not only working on nothing, but he also has no confidence at this stage.
How can you?
Yeah, 4 opens in 6 frames. Well, there's a good shot. That might help him regroup a little bit here.
Well, if he can strike here, he could put a little bit of heat on Charlie, and he definitely needs to, because he can shoot 202 now, which would force Charlie to actually double somewhere. And actually triple, because he had a 16-pin lead. So if Tom Carter can strike out, he can shoot 202, and that would definitely force Charlie to throw at least 2 doubles or 1 triple to win.
So a big shot here for Carter.
This is his, he needs this one. His life.
Chance to cut it to 17. No.
And now
he's in trouble.
He's got a big problem. Because now the best he can shoot is 182. Charlie Tapp is on a 205 pace.
Hasn't made a spare this game. Finally does.
And he does.
He only had 1 spare last game, I believe, too.
Okay, now if Charlie can get the strike right here and just stay clean, he will be the winner of the match.
And if he can pop a strike in the 8th and the 9th, it's pretty much over. Virtually over. That's
well, actually, if he gets this one here, it's pretty much over. I don't think he's going to fold. He just got done beating Walter, and he had to throw the double in the 10th. So, but he is hearing stuff, and you know he's seeing stuff, so that's why he's stopping.
Backing off a little bit. We will have another round of matches coming up for you next. Right after this one ends, we'll have Webb versus Pop and Monticelli versus Painter as our featured matches coming up in the last round of the night. All kinds of noise in the background. We got walkie-talkies going. See if Tapp can overcome it. Yeah, no problem. All 10 back right there.
Yeah, Tom's done. Yep.
So just a little, looking for a little icing on the cake here, it looks like. Well, I think he might take a re-rack. He just walked over and marked something on the sheet.
Well, he knows if he gets this one, it's done with, but really it is already over, technically. But.
So he's going to take the re-rack here and make Tom wait a little bit longer.
Well, Tom gave his chances away with the 4 opens in the 1 game, and he did have the two splits, but he missed the 2 single pin spares. If he had them back right now, he'd still be in the ball game. Here's Charlie to seal the deal.
That'll do it. Charlie Tapp.
He does. Charlie Tapp will advance.
Yep, he's going to be in the one of the 4 undefeated players at the end of the day, along with Hugh Miller, Gary Dickinson, and Mike Edwards.
So are the winners all done for today, or do they have any more matches?
They get the rest of the day off, and they'll be back tomorrow morning. I think 9:15 tomorrow morning is when the winners are back.
That's one advantage of being in the winners bracket, because you don't have to bowl as many games. Once you go into the losers bracket, it's an uphill battle because you have to bowl a lot of guys, because every time somebody loses and they've only got 1 loss, they go right into the losers bracket. So they're losing guys all the time, but they're also gaining guys. So it seems like it never ends. When I went in there, when I lost the first game one year, I bowled for 2 days to be undefeated and it seemed like so many matches. I think it was only actually 9, but that's 9 3-game sets against really good competition, and it really takes the mental part of you out of you, along with the physical part. So you don't want to go into a loser's bracket, and if you do, you want to go in there as late as possible. We will be having some other matches for you in a little bit, as soon as the Tom Carter match finishes. We will have some more matches for you, so stay tuned on bowl.com to see those matches.
I'm doing my juggling act over here, and in addition to live streaming, I got to do some interviews and take some pictures because the winners are done now, so I got to make sure I snag a couple of them. I think my story today will be on Gary Dickinson. And this one's over. Tom Carter, he's going to be real disappointed only shooting 148 in this final game.
Well, you know, he had a good run there for a while. And the good news is that's his first loss, correct?
That's correct.
Yep. So he still is actually alive, but I don't know if he's going to be bowling another round today or who they have coming up, other than the matches that we mentioned earlier.
He may not have to bowl another round tonight. I think there's only 4 more matches tonight, so he may get a break for 1 round. Yeah, he'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., so he gets this round off. Because we've got all the people in the elimination bracket have to bowl each other one more time to narrow the field a little bit more. Well, they should start practice for this next round almost immediately after this last ball. We're going to take a little bit of a break commentary-wise while they're practicing. But, Kenny, you think you might want to stick around for the last block, or you need to take off?
No, I think I can be back for a little bit. We're just going to take a little break, and you'll see them practicing and stuff, and then we'll be back with you.
Yeah, thanks to Kenny for sitting in, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so when they get started for score. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, folks, thanks.
And we are underway with the start of our final round of the day here at the Senior Masters. I'm Lucas Wiseman, and we are at South Point Bowling Center. Kerry Painter just made the spare there. He's taking on Amleto Monticelli. That's one of our matches that we have for you this round. The other one is Wayne Webb, the champion from the Senior Masters 2 years ago when it was right here at South Point. Wayne Webb taking on Larry Pop in this match, and Wayne starts things off with an open frame. Open frame for Wayne Webb. Format is the same. It's the same every round in the Senior Masters. 3 games total pinfall to determine the champion. The other matches going on currently: Pete Thomas versus Eric Forkel and Walter Ray Williams Jr. against Charles Moore. So just 4 matches going on in this round. We've got 4 players undefeated in the winner's bracket. Hugh Miller and Gary Dickinson on one side of the bracket. The other side of the bracket, Mike Edwards and Charlie Tapp. Those will be the matchups tomorrow morning. We will have a view of the Miller-Dickinson match at 9:15 Pacific time tomorrow morning. That'll be one of our featured matches tomorrow. Let's go ahead and watch Wayne shoot the 2-8 here, and he makes it for his first mark of the match. Amleto now in the first frame. And Monticelli off to a start with a strike. And actually, you know, you're going to catch the same pair occasionally in this, but 19 and 20 is the same pair that Amleto went 8-31 on earlier today. These are all elimination matches. Don't forget that. The loser of these matches, they are done for the tournament. They are knocked out. Painter. Oh, he leaves a big split there. The 3, 4, 6, 10. Wayne Webb with a spare. He's already trailing early on here as Pop has started with the front 3. Eric Pearson sitting in now for a few minutes. Good afternoon, Eric.
How are you doing, Lucas Wiseman?
Doing pretty good. You're the lane maintenance expert.
Sure.
You're the guy who puts the pattern out each day. Talk a little bit about the pattern this week.
We just kind of went in with the thought process of maybe a hair nicer. Last year was kind of a tough year for the Senior Masters. And coming into a different house, we haven't been here in a couple of years, so I've never been here. So we upped the ratio a little bit. for this pattern are like about 2.5 to 1. And just decided to go with the 40-foot pattern, with a little bit of shape. And ran it for the sweeper the other morning. And just saw a couple things, the way things played out, so we made a couple small adjustments to it and went with this. So all in all, it's 40 feet, about 27 milliliters, and a ratio of about, on paper, 2.56 to 1. My graphs have ranged anywhere from like 2.4 to 2.7, 2.8. Doesn't take much to have the ratio when you take your tapes look a hair different than what it is on paper. So but I would say it's 2.5 to 1 to 2.7 ratio here.
So it's sport compliant.
Easily sport compliant.
Yep.
Yeah. It's played out pretty good. I thought, at first, after the first day, scores looked pretty good. Thought maybe the cut might be as high as a 215, 217 average, the way they were going. But by the end of the 3 days of qualifying, the cut was what plus 151?
154.
So, or 154, so, 210 average, which, this day and age is, I think that falls right in the line with a fairly medium scoring pattern. I think with today's bowlers and bowling balls, having anywhere from the, 208 to 212 range is kind of medium. I think as you get into the 215 and above, they tend to be a little bit on the nicer side. And something like last year that was really rough, and they only averaged 195 was really tough. So in history, the last few years, it has probably been a hair flatter than this. But I wanted to see him hold up, so a little extra volume in the middle, so the ratio is a hair higher, 2.5. And the cut score turned out pretty good. Good variety of styles out here. Lefty to righty, no issues there. I think we had 7 make the cut.
Lefties have done pretty well in match play here, though.
That's all up for debate. Yeah. So I think about 15% of the field was left-handed, and 11% of left-handers made the match play.
And we know you watch that closely because you're left-handed.
Yeah. History will tell you I'm usually rough on the lefties.
Yeah, that's true.
They don't like it when I do the lanes. Ask Tish Johnson, she'll tell you.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Eric's here.
Well, Wayne's starting to get it going here. 3 strikes in a row. He now, leads by 1 pin against Pop.
Yeah, I tell you, the match play really looks just like it does every other Queens or Masters or the events we have that run like this. Just certain pairs where, scores are huge. And then you look a couple pairs down and guys winning with 579 or 603.
Somebody's losing with 769, Lenny Borsch, and somebody else is
crazy. Yeah,
is winning with 560, 570.
And it seems like that happens all the time. So
luck of the draw.
If it's the wrong guy on the wrong pair at the wrong time. So yeah, kind of too bad for Lenny to just outbowl the whole field for qualifying and then loses his first match. Comes back with a really nice series and then bumps heads with Bob Learn and gets knocked out with 769. 69 was it?
Yeah. It's brutal. It's tough.
It's really hard. It's hard to do what we want out here and have it actually play out where it seems like it's the right way to do it. How many matches do you bowl before you re-oil, or do you not re-oil during the day? But right now we're kind of going with the theory, 2 or 3 matches on a pair of lanes, and then you should re-oil. Lenny happened to catch Bob Learn a 3rd match on the pair. I don't know who was on that pair ahead of time, but obviously they were broken down very nicely. But 2 great players too, so. it's almost like two tournaments. You know, qualifying takes place and they all bowl for 15 games, and then the match play is a whole nother tournament, and a lot of luck of the draw. So spoke with Mika Kuivanemi a few years ago about the format, and he said it's the easiest tournament to win. It's also the hardest tournament to win. It all depends on who you catch, when, and where. So a lot of good matches today, though. Even the lower scoring matches, they were very close. A lot of one and two pin matches. It's probably why we're a little behind here. This match was supposed to be 4 o'clock. We're almost a half hour behind. I just think we had a lot of tight matches earlier in the day. Slowed us down a little bit here. So
yeah, the matches that are closer tend to definitely take longer because the players are a little more deliberate.
Whether they're high scoring or low scoring.
Yeah.
You know, even when they're high scoring and striking a lot, they have to take their time because they know they have to strike. So Kerry Painter's had some tough competition through the day, and not any easier here bowling Amleto.
And how about Amleto with the Freak 831 series?
He had room for 878.
Yes, he did.
Stepping up in the 9th frame.
And it didn't really matter because he'd already won the match. Yeah. So I wonder if he just, just kind of finished it off without any gusto, But still, an amazing total for him. And then Hugh Miller shooting 800 that last round.
Yeah,
some big scores here.
Battle of the left-handers there. Hugh bowled Mike Diaz, who's been throwing the ball very well. Had great qualifying blocks, and it's a situation where a couple lefties had to bump heads, and somebody's got to get sent to the losers bracket. So let's see what happens tomorrow. We still have some good variety here. I would say the bigger name lefties that you do have are all still here, with Eric Forkel and Hugh Miller still in the winner's bracket. How about Gary Dickinson?
Yeah, he will. If he wins this week, he'll be the only person to have ever won 3 Senior Masters titles.
That's right.
And I just got done interviewing him for my story that's going to go on bowl.com, and he said that his expectation this week was to come, get a check, and go home. He wasn't expecting to win. He didn't think he was going to win. He hadn't been bowling very much. He just wanted to come, make match play, win a couple of matches, get a nice check, and head home. And turns out he's undefeated on the first day.
I'll tell you what. I mean, he's bowling Hugh, right?
Yeah.
He's got Hugh Miller, and they'll bowl. They'll hit a fresh pair in the morning. There won't be that many matches left for tomorrow. And you got to believe, Gary's got to like the look on fresh. A little bit straighter player with a. So he's got to like his chances, but I can see Hugh bowling very well also on the fresh on the left side. So that should be a great match. And I like Gary's chances there. So yeah, to go all the way through this tournament, you definitely have to hit everything. You have 15 games of qualifying, going across the house, all 3 blocks. 2 fresh blocks, 1 burn block. But then the match play, it's half your matches are pretty much going to be on fresh condition, and a lot of matches on burn. So I like the variety of it. I think it all plays out okay. I'm sure some of the players look at it and say it's kind of potluck, and like a lot of guys were lined up on that 3rd match this morning, and we take a lunch break and we recondition the lanes, and they're like, why are you reconditioning? Well, we're not going to bowl 3 more matches.
Yeah, you don't want to have that many matches.
So you got to pick a time somewhere,
Yep.
And no matter what you do, someone's going to like it, someone's not going to like it.
Let's give you an update on these matches here real quick. As Painter throws his 4th consecutive strike, but Amleto has gone double 9 spare 5 bagger. So Amleto putting together a big game, and Kerry Painter with an open in the 5th. So let's see, 99-129. It is a 37-pin lead for Amleto if he strikes on this next shot. And Wayne Webb going to shoot 214 with a strike on the fill, and Pop can strike out for 243 on our featured matches. I'm going to try to write down the scores of these other matches as well because I can't see the totals once they go final.
Looks like CK Moore just opened down there against Walter a frame or two ago, or he wasn't happy with the shot. But I can't see any scores.
I can. I just got to get my notepad ready here to write some stuff down so I don't miss them once they leave the scoreboard. Monticelli up by 37 pins heading into the 10th frame here in game 1. Yeah, it is only game 1, running a little bit behind schedule. CK Moore 211 in game 1 against Walter Ray. And Walter Ray can strike out for 243. Pop and Monticelli going at the same time here, so let's show you Monticelli. Strikes again. So Amleto already in the 260s, he can get the 270s here in game 1, and anytime you can get off to a big start like that, it goes a long ways towards winning matches. Looks like Monticelli and Pop will both have decent sized leads going into game 2. Their opponents not bowling terribly though. I'll show you Pop here, the second shot in the 10th. Eric Forkel going to shoot 222. Pete Thomas will strike out for 236 in that match.
Walter with a spare down there, so he loses 20, right? So he should be in the 220s.
He'll be at 231 with a strike on the fill. And Leto comes up a little bit light, so he's going to be in the 260s. Painter can strike out, be in the 240s.
That'll be a big double in the 10th. Forkel's had some weird carry today.
We've seen weird carry from
great shot there for a 10-pin. Earlier, a couple matches ago, he totally stuffed one high in the pocket, and actually something hit the 7-pin because it slid halfway over to the 8 and just stood there.
How about Pop coming out here and popping Wayne Webb in the mouth? His first game, 242 to 214.
I wouldn't count Wayne Webb out.
Absolutely not. His Senior Masters title came in this building, so
that's right.
He knows what to do to win here. Kenny Parks and Eric Pearson deciding who wants to stay and talk. .268 for Amleto. Did you and Kenny negotiate who's going to...
Somebody arm wrestle.
No, your microphone got messed up. There you go.
We'd arm wrestle. So no, that's all right. I told him to come up in about a half a game here.
All right. Because you also have to update the bracket, so you got to make sure you're doing your job as well.
Yeah, I think I can handle 4 matches.
It's not that bad, huh?
I learned from the experienced ones.
That's right. I taught you all I know.
Yeah, that's right. Brian Whitman teasing me all day. What are you, media now? Thought you were tournament operations. No, you're a media guy. What are you out there interviewing people?
Hey, updating the scores is part of tournament operations. So Painter's going to strike out here, shoot 242, and he'll be down 26 going into the second game. Pop, meanwhile, with a split.
Yeah, here we go.
First frame.
You want to bet Wayne Webb throws a turkey here?
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
Be right back in the match.
Would not surprise me. I
Painter,
said I was.
Did you say Painter got the double?
Yep, yeah. Got the double. And I said I was going to try to write down the scores for the other matches, and I got 2 of them, and then I forgot to write down the rest. Now I can't read them. Has to do with the color orientation on these scoreboards. Makes it hard to read.
Yeah, the series total is in like an orange font instead of white. A little tough to see.
And I have 2010 vision, and I still can't see it. So that tells you how hard it is to read. Pop, second frame on the board with a strike. Walter Ray started with a double against Moore, and Moore had a missed single pin.
It's just crazy how the routine of the tournament. Once you get to this point, I mean, it's just crazy how yesterday things were so hectic trying to figure out the cut number and try to get everything updated. And here we are down to a handful of bowlers. Oh, 7-10 almost.
I think we've got 4 bowlers left in the winners bracket. 4 bowlers left in the winners bracket, and then we'll have after today 8 bowlers left in the contenders, elimination, losers, whatever you want to call it, bracket. And so we'll be down to 12 bowlers for tomorrow to determine the champion of this year's Senior Masters. And 4 of them are going to have a leg up on the rest because they're undefeated going into tomorrow, which makes it a lot easier to win this tournament if you go undefeated the first day. And of course, those 4 are Hugh Miller, Gary Dickinson, Mike Edwards, and Charlie Tapp.
That's quite a variety of players there.
It is, yeah. And I don't know that I necessarily would have predicted 3 of the 4. I think I may have predicted Mike Edwards to be there.
It's kind of funny because I heard a couple guys say, as far as the way the lanes played, kind of, a little bit more roll in the middle, a little more shape in the pattern. Maybe it kind of favors guys that hook the ball a little bit more. But now you look at the 4 undefeated players. You got a straight lefty in Hugh Miller. And Dickinson and Tapp fairly straight on the right side. And even here you have some straight guys. Pete Thomas, Forkel, Walter Ray.
Wayne Webb definitely not one of the guys who's playing them straight. Kerry Painter not hooking the ball a whole lot either.
Yeah, a lot of big names gone. They have a very strong field this year. A lot of big names turning 50, causing the field to be a lot stronger, and an increase in entries. I think we picked up about 30 bowlers from last year's event. So just a real good field out here for qualifying this year, and hopefully we can make some plans and return next year. Things have run very well here at South Point. The tournament's been awesome. Great staff. Managed by Mike Moniak. Just been really nice here. Things are running well. Hopefully we get out of his way here for leagues tonight. But would love to return next year, see how things go. Hopefully we can work out a deal. Monticelli solid 8-pin. He's had quite a few folks cheering him on. Just turned 50, won the U.S. Open last week. See if he can go back-to-back major titles. Pop here with an early open in the first, but a lead over Wayne Webb here. Webb's got the strike up. Looking to narrow the lead. Ball never got around the corner there. Caved in the bucket a little bit, left the 5-pin. Pete Thomas and Eric Forkel going at it. Eric's got a turkey to start here. Pete's never going to give anything back. He always keeps the ball in play. Throws solid every time out. Just a matter if he can strike enough. The scores are a little bit on the higher side. Can he throw enough strikes to keep up with some of the other players? But definitely a solid bowler.
Amleto. Strike in the third.
Threw a bunch of pins all over the place on that shot. Walter Ray with a weak 10.
Amleto's up by 26 against Kerry Painter, who's there in the third frame of game 2. And Wayne Webb just threw a double third and the fourth frame. So he is trying to mount a little bit of a comeback here against Pop.
Kerry Painter with a strike. He's not going away. threw a 300 game earlier today, one of the morning matches. I think it was against our defending champion, Dale Traber.
Had a few 300 games today. We didn't have any in qualifying that I'm aware of.
I kind of thought, just kind of watching things the first day, I kind of predicted we'd have, maybe 6 during qualifying. I don't think do we have any 300s in qualifying?
No, we had
some
299 and a couple 297s.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. That I'm aware of.
I predicted like 6, and there was none.
Yeah.
And then we had how many
Three
today?
today, I think.
3,
yeah.
and 2 800s.
Yep. I think we had 3 today. Goebel, Bob Learn.
I think once you get into the match play, obviously these are the strongest guys in the field. They get to stay in the same pair of lanes. They get to break them down a little bit, work together, and it just creates a much higher environment. But yet you still see certain pairs where things go south. The match earlier with Tom Carter here, that was kind of a rough match, right? Tom Carter and Charlie Tapp.
They didn't have very much on that pair.
600 and 570.
And the Gary Dickinson Appling match was pretty low scoring as well. They got off to a hot start. Gary Dickinson threw the first 8, and he may have thrown 1 double the rest of the match.
I want to say Appling had like 792.
Yeah, he did earlier.
Right after the recondition. 792 on fresh.
A lot of it depends on who you follow too. If you follow somebody who wrecked the pair, then you could be in some trouble.
It's crazy how fast the environment changes. Too fast for my liking.
Amleto's up by 26. As we're in the 5th frame now of game 2. Again, coverage will resume tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Pacific time, as we watch Amleto strike again with match play here at the Senior Masters. This is our last round of the evening. And we can go watch the NBA Finals. I think they probably already have gotten started. Or, well, no, they probably start in about an hour or so.
Forkel caves one in.
Forkel's got the front 6 this game. I don't know what Thomas shot the first game, but I think they were pretty close. And Webb just left a 2-4, 8-10.
Yeah, his ball's not getting around very well either, and Pops is barely getting around. Had a couple real light, but not opens.
Painter trying to hang in there with Monticelli. And I pointed out, I think before you sat in, that's the same pair that Amleto shot 831 on.
Really?
Yeah, and now he's back there again a number of rounds later and shot 268 the first game. So he may like that pair. But that was before the re-oil. So
it was.
Yeah, that was earlier this morning.
Yeah, and originally I had the matches all spread out across the whole house, and then you pointed out that we have the non-qualifiers.
Yeah,
sweeper, and all of a sudden it's like I've got to take 32 lanes out of play here, and kind of scrambled yesterday to redo the bracket and
worked out okay though.
Change some matches around. Try to have it where guys don't go back to the same pair. Definitely not during the same round, I guess, or block until we re-oil. Then it's not such a big deal. But
yeah, you don't want a guy to bowl on a pair on the fresh and then come back 2 rounds later and bowl in that same pair when there's not been a re-oil, because that's definitely an advantage for that guy.
You hope not to, right?
Yeah. Watching our live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman along with Eric Pearson. And Amleto strikes again. He's got the feel. 268 and now strike spare 4-bagger for Monticelli.
And plus, like you said, there was a match previously on that pair also. That's another thing we try to do. If a guy is going back to a pair that he might have saw earlier in the tournament, hopefully it's a used pair someone else has bowled there. I don't know if there is any perfect way to do it. Try to move them around as best as possible.
Live coverage today brought to you by the United States Bowling Congress. Your membership dollars at work for you here today. We're able to bring you Bowl TV free as part of your USBC membership. So thank you for being a USBC member. As we watch Adam Leto, who is a USBC Hall of Famer, with a strike in the 7th. Got a little lucky on that one for a 5-bagger. My friend Kevin in the chat says Amleto is going to win this tournament. Certainly possible. He's got a long ways to go. He's in the losers bracket, so it makes it hard to get through and win. But he's heading in the right direction, that's for sure. His ball reaction has looked pretty good, and he's hanging around. And I believe Amleto lost his first match of the day. Kenny Parks beat him in the first round, and Amleto is just kind of been cruising along since then.
Yeah, Kenny takes out Amleto and then goes lose-lose.
Yeah. Just a reminder, a week from tomorrow we'll begin our live coverage of the U.S. Women's Open from the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. You can find our full live stream schedule on bowl.com/livestream. Watch some of the best women bowlers in the world competing for the big money in Reno. Wayne Webb, 3 in a row now.
Yeah, he got out of the last 2 balls much better than that open frame.
Walter Ray starting to take it to C.K. Moore down there. After missing a single pin, Walter Ray looks like he got angry and he's now strung 4 strikes in a row. I think Kerry Painter could be in some trouble in this match against Amleto. Even though he's bowling good, Amleto is just absolutely on fire, in fuego on that pair. Let's see if Pop can get a 4th consecutive strike. Remember, these guys are all fighting for their tournament lives. If they lose in this round, they're done. This is an elimination round.
He threw that ball real well.
Kerry Painter leaves the 4-pin. Pop can strike out this game for 237. And he shot 242 the first game. Wayne Webb can strike out for 242. And Wayne only shot 214 the first game, so Pop could have a nice advantage going into the last game here. Amleto taking his time down there. Looks like he's ready to go. He's working on a 5-bagger, 8th frame. Has a hefty lead. I think he's up by more than 40 pins at this stage. I think Eric has noticed I spend most of my day playing traffic cop.
Yeah.
Trying to keep people off the platform here, because every time they sit on the platform, it shakes it, and everybody thinks we're having like a 4.1 earthquake in Vegas. Walter Ray just struck out to shoot 247 at Moore, and Moore can only shoot, 182 this game, so it looks like Moore's in a lot of trouble. I think Walter Ray well on his way to the win down there. Here's Amleto looking for a 7th consecutive strike. Wow. The youngsters, he's taking it to the old-timers here this week.
Yeah, he's throwing it good.
Say youngster because he just turned 50, so he just became eligible for the senior tour. He's taking on guys like
hard to believe.
Gary Dickinson, who was born in 1943.
All right, Wayne. Well, Webb's going to strike out here. He's only going to pick up a handful of pins. Still going to be down 20 somehow.
Yeah, he can pick up 5 pins this game, but yeah, still down.
Looks like a 190 game for Pete Thomas there. And Forkel's got room for 250.
And Forkel shot 220 in the first game. Wayne Webb got another one. So he's only going to pick up 5. He's still going to be down 23 going into the last game. And Kerry Painter has gone spare, and he's in some big trouble down there against Amleto. Fill ball coming up for Wayne Webb. .241. .24-pin lead for Pop going into the third game. Seems like they might be bowling a little quicker this round.
He needs to clear that screen right there. He needs to exit out of that.
No, he's
cancel.
Eric's trying to walk him through the score unit to clear it. Might need some help down there. he
needs to cancel that screen. Go tell him to cancel. Start the next game. There he goes. He's got
they
it.
got it. As Kerry Painter doubles in the 10th, Eric having a hard time leaving his role as a tournament official here to still being a tournament official up here in the live stream booth.
Come on, not just another.
Brian Whitman giving you a hard time.
He's looking at me. He's like, "What? Yeah. What are you doing up in the booth?"
You're helping me out.
Now, I'm pretty sure I asked Kenny Parks to come up halfway through that game.
We never saw him again.
And he's gone.
He's not too far. His wallet and his phone are still here, so he must be somewhere. But
usually he's not too hard to spot.
Yeah, exactly. 6'8", I think.
But I don't see him. Oh, I see his striped shirt. He's sitting in the bleachers there.
Oh, okay. Well, he must be having a conversation with somebody or something, or enjoying watching the match.
Get it.
Wayne Webb starts off with a strike. He's down 24 pins. Amleto, 10th frame time here. Kerry Painter shot 233.
233, and he's
sits at 4.
Gonna lose by 50 almost.
Yep, he's at 475 for 2, and he's going to be down by a lot. Amleto shot 268, and he could shoot 280 this game. Oh, 369.10.
Is that the 9th or 10th?
That's the 10th frame.
That's the 10th.
So now his max 256. But he will, if he can pick this up and strike on the field, he'll be up by more than 50 going into the last game. It's almost like having a handicap of 50 pins. And you don't want to give Amleto Monticelli a 50-pin handicap. Webb has some work to do this game.
That ball real nice.
Gets off to a good start. Looks like Forkel's up pretty big on Thomas. 60, 70 pins maybe. It's hard to tell on these scoreboards, but
yeah, Pete's kind of walking around like he's just kind of going, not going through the motions, but just
he knows his time is almost come.
Doesn't look real confident, yeah. So really, pretty much have almost 3 matches that are decided here.
Seems like it.
Losing a little bit of our the excitement here.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be more excitement tomorrow, 8 a.m. Pacific time. We're back on the air. Amleto sends the messenger across. It misses on the fill, so 255 for Amleto. Amleto up by 48 pins after 2 games, 523 to 475.
Pop's got a really good look here, though. It's going to be hard for Wade to catch him.
Yeah, it's
his ball's rolling really nice, setting up at the right time.
24-pin lead for Pop, and they both have a double. Only 8 frames to go in the match. And Moore started with a couple of open frames down there against Walter Ray, so that one's pretty much over at this stage. Third frame for Pop, leading by 24. That comes up light, leaves 2-pin. Ball just didn't look like it was quite rolling.
A little bit faster,
pocket,
maybe.
yeah.
There's been a couple balls that look like that.
Painter with a spare to start off game 3 in that one. Pete Thomas looks like he's trying to mount a little bit of a comeback against Eric Forkel. He's got 3 in a row to start the game.
Yeah, he won't throw it in, that's for sure. Chance for Webb to get some pins back here.
Wow, little hold there. Gets the strike. 3 in a row to start for Wayne Webb, and now he's hacked into that.
The balls that have been a little wider, though, kind of push out and kind of hang out there.
Monticelli, second frame.
He's using 2 different balls. Am I just noticing
7.
that?
Maybe. I'm not very good at noticing those things.
Didn't he just throw a frantic on lane 20, and now he's throwing a... Is there a ball called IQ?
I think it's a new one.
Kind of a darker black or dark brown.
I'm not familiar with it. I
ball.
was talking to Jim Callahan. He was telling me about some of the new stuff that's coming out for Storm and Roto, and I remember him mentioning IQ.
Yeah, I think that's what he's throwing on the left lane.
Pete Treadwell in the building, and I immediately put him to work.
I like it.
Yeah, he's going to go over and see if he can tell the score in the Pete Thomas-Eric Forkel match for us after a couple of games.
To me,
not quite sure.
Best bet is to go down the stairs into the sets
Yeah,
area and
exactly.
check out the recap. Yeah, it looks like he saw it.
So Forkel up 48 going into the game, and Thomas has started with the front 4.
Pete shakes a real light hit there. 7 last to go. Gives him the front 4.
Yeah, we don't have a camera on that one, but we'll try to keep you updated best we can.
Forkel's got strike 9 spare double. What's he up by?
48 Forkel's ahead by.
Okay, right.
So he's up by 28 right now.
Yeah, he's got 20 of it back. Yeah.
Here's
Pops,
Pop.
throwing it good.
Oh, throwing it good and getting lucky.
He's getting
Gotta
around the
take those
ball real
breaks.
nice.
Painter just struck in the
He's going to
third.
have to keep striking,
Yep.
and hopefully he's going to need some help out of Amelot also. Not a lot of room over there. Here's where he gets a little wide for Webb. Gets back great. Both players here on 13 and 14 throwing the ball real nice. Just good soft hands getting around the ball, letting it pick up in the mid lane, and nice strong arc on the back end. Both have real good motion right now. Just read the ball real easy going down the lane.
Yeah, Mileto looks like he is throwing a different ball on each lane.
From this view for Forkel, I think he's going to come up light every shot, and it's 10 in the pit.
String ends for Wayne Webb, 5. And now Wayne may be in a little bit of trouble here. He's down 25 pins with about 4 frames to go. And his opponent's working on a double, so Wayne Webb in some trouble, maybe on the verge of being knocked out here. Amuleto still ahead by 38 pins against Kerry Painter, as we have 6 frames to go in this one. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, he's got all sorts of different ways to strike there.
Well, you just said Forkel just had to come up light to strike. He just did, and he left the 10 pin.
No, I said every ball he throws from this angle
gotcha.
looks like it's going to hit the pocket light, and it's always high flush.
I got you. That one actually did hit light.
That one did come up light.
That one goes through the face and leaves a very awkward 3-9-10. A very difficult split to convert. And if you're Wayne Webb, that's exactly what the doctor ordered.
He needed that. Yeah. He'd much rather have the strike up there too, but.
And Kerry Painter almost in a must-strike situation here. He's got to keep going. And delivers a good one there. He's made up some ground here.
Well, this is getting interesting. Just about when we said these matches are all over.
Yeah. Kerry's down 38
he's got a turkey.
with 6 frames left. And he's
Webb's
working on
back
turkey.
in this match, and Pete Thomas has the front 5.
Yep.
And Forkel's got a good game going, but a couple spares. So.
And notice in the 2 matches where things are tightening up, both players just took re-racks. Pete Thomas took a re-rack, and Kerry Painter just took a re-rack. I don't know what maybe to slow their opponents down, give them some time to think. I don't know. Maybe bad rack, who knows? But that's what happened in both those matches.
Well, Painter walking it out.
4 in a row. Pete Thomas off to our left. Can't quite see it, but he strikes again for the front 6.
Front 6. Walter Ray with another strike.
So Pete Thomas only down 17 now with 4 frames to go.
Pop gave Webb a little opening here. See if he can bounce back and set one up.
Oh, coming across.
Almost like if the ball doesn't get wide enough, it just doesn't make it around the corner on this pair. You either leave that tight, like a 2-pin leave if you're too fast, or the weak 10. There's obviously some push in the middle for these guys, the way they're broken down.
Pete Thomas struck again. Amleto sends a messenger across and strikes again for 3 in a row.
Pop just missed the 10-pin.
Yeah, that's not good for business.
Yeah, back-to-back opens.
And Wayne Webb licking his chops now.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I wish we had a camera on that Thomas Forkel match. It's gotten interesting, and if it goes into the 10th pretty tight, we'll try to get a look at it. Forkel just struck in the 7th. Here's Wayne Webb in the 7th frame.
It's tight.
Yeah, it's in, and it's a big split, 4-6-10. Still not out of it, though. It's tightened up still, despite the split. He could have taken the lead there. Instead, I think he's still going to trail by a little bit. Although it's hard to tell with the waiting for the scoreboard to clear the little split indicator on it, so we can get a good look at the score. And Amleto still leading by 38 against Kerry Painter. He's matched him strike for strike these last 3 frames. Another one for Amleto.
Really carrying that light hit almost the same way every time. Forkel, another strike.
No, 10-pin for Forkel.
Is that a 10-pin?
Yep. I think it was a blowout 10.
Good call.
So Webb with the open, and he's picked up 31 pins this game, which actually means he's ahead by 7 in the match with 3 frames to go.
Wow.
So Wayne Webb has taken the lead by 7 pins in the match despite that open frame. Kerry Painter backing off a little bit here. Walter Ray Williams Jr. defeats Moore and knocks out C.K. Moore. Wayne Webb shreds the rack.
So Forkel was ahead by 48 after 2.
Pete Thomas has the front 7. He's up on the approach now. Well, you can see, you'll be able to see the rack on the far left side of your screen right now. I mean, you can see another 10 back for Pete Thomas. So he's made up 51 pins. He's ahead. Just took the lead by 3.
Forkel can shoot, what, 239? Am I seeing that right or not?
239, that's correct. And Thomas, if the match ended right now, he'd win by 3. He's now taken the lead. Kerry Painter String of strikes came to an end, and he's in big trouble now. Pete Thomas just left a washout in the 9th. And that lead that he had, yeah, it's gone.
I would say he rushed that a little bit.
Yeah.
It just seemed like he just struck. Before you know it, he's up on the approach. Maybe hurried that one a little bit. Walter Ray's match is done.
Pop, big shot for him to take the lead. He's up by 3 now. Here's Painter in the 7th.
4-pin high.
Pete Thomas shooting the washout, and he made it.
He picked it.
Yep, he trails by 1 now, entering the 10th.
Still room for 276.
Yep. Here's Webb, and he's lost that lane. All of a sudden, he just lost that lane. He leaves the baby split, and now he's in some trouble. Painter is almost done, down by more than 50 here, with just 3.5 frames to go.
So is Webb's going to be down about 13 if he picks this?
Yeah, I think so. Down a little more than a mark. Eric Forkel just left a 7-pin in the
trailer
pocket.
just misses it.
Amleto gets another strike, and Webb misses the baby split. So looks like Wayne Webb may be done here. He's down by 14 pins.
Well, if he can strike out for 222,
that would force.
I think he has to get the first one.
If he shoots 222, Pop has to shoot 1 at 99.
Forco flagged at 7 pins.
So that's big trouble for him. Big shot here from Wayne Webb.
Yeah, he needs to strike out. Come on.
Wow. Strange hit there. Leaves
Very
the 7.
strange. Light. Kind of a blower 7. Monticelli, another strike for 6-bagger. Going at 280 again. Forkel with the open in the 9th for 187. Can shoot, looks like 217. And Thomas still going at 2. Oh, and a big split in the 10th. Thomas is going to win that match.
Yes, he is. Big comeback for Thomas.
Forkel's going to shoot about $195. Thomas is already in the 250s, even with an open.
Wide look there of the split that he's got. And
parallelogram. From that was great in geometry in high school. That's my best class I had in high school.
Wayne Webb, fill ball. He shoots 211. Yep. Gives him 6-6-6. Pete Thomas strikes on his first shot in the 10th, and he with a big come from behind win. And Larry Pop not real happy because there's somebody walking around in the bar over there, but to be honest with you, that should not really be distracting him. That's pretty far off in the distance. And if he's distracted by that, he's not focused on the right things, in my opinion.
Pretty sure lane 14's forward.
Yeah. He's looking at something that's on the other side of lane 1, bowling on lane 14.
He still needs a mark, doesn't he? He needs to fill this frame for 2-0.
Yeah, but he was leading by 24 coming into this game.
I thought it was 14. Okay,
yeah.
24.
He should be okay.
It's one of the widest shots he's throwing.
Yep, strikes, he wins. Amleto's still striking. He's going to beat Painter, so we were hoping for some drama in the final frames here. We didn't get it. It got good toward,
just about
7, 8 frames left, but 3 or 4 frames left, but then all the drama disappeared on us.
We thought they were all over 8 frames ago.
That's true, and Pete Thomas came from behind to win. There's Amleto closing it out. He's going to bowl another big set. And actually, if he strikes out, he shoots another 800.
Really?
He'd shoot 803 if he strikes out. Be our third 800 of the day. Way to go, Lane Man.
Yeah, last year they called me the Grim Reaper.
Not sure why there's a lot of groaning with this pop washout. I don't think it matters. He's trying to figure out the score. He's looking up, but he can't do it because the little spare indicator. I mean, I could be wrong with my math. I thought he was all right. Should be two teams.
What do you have in the sixth there? 124?
Yeah. And 133 in the seventh.
133,
He's fine.
that's right.
He's got the win.
Yeah, it's
208.
2-0. Yeah.
Yep.
It's 1 by 20 something.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the. Maybe some people with some fuzzy math out there in the crowd. Unless, of course, my math is fuzzy, but I think I'm pretty.
So I'm one
good
the
on
9 pin.
Yep, so no 800.
So 790.
Yep. He shoots 269 that game.
What
792 for
you
Hamletto.
have the bracket there to see what the pairings are going to be tomorrow morning?
Sure. On the winner's bracket, it's Hugh Miller versus Gary Dickinson and Mike Edwards against Charlie Tapp.
Right. Now with these winners advancing, you're going to
Larry
have
Pop against Tom Carter.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll have Pete Thomas against Krister Danielson. Walter A. Williams Jr. against Paul Appling. And Amleto Monticelli against Mike Diaz.
All right. Well, I'm going to go update that board.
Thanks, Eric Pearson, for sitting in.
All right.
See you tomorrow.
You bet.
And we are going to wrap things up here for the day. Appreciate everybody tuning in and watching our broadcast today. We will be back with you again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Eastern time. So be sure to join us. We have 12 players left in the hunt for the title. And we will find out our champion tomorrow. The championship match scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow afternoon at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you're here to watch Bowl TV. Again, that's the final. We are done. Everybody is, all the matches have been completed. Be sure to check those brackets on bowl.com. Eric just went over to update them. They should be updated shortly. bowl.com/Senior Masters for the brackets. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We will see you back here tomorrow morning. Have a good night. Enjoy the basketball game.